Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and one-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying, but it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV. Nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. Oh, 5B is vacant, she said. Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market. Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night. She frowned. That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day. Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something. She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. I don't know what to tell you, she said. There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that. That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed, as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing. No thud, no sound at all, just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time. 2:53 a.m. But I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47. So why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there too. At 2:47, nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on the corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976? Or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams. Weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in, sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or apartment 5B. I found something. An article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m., what if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined a scenario. Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps. Someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases, she falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything. Maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying the doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report. Sarah Chin. I tried to find Sarah Chin. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chin had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chin, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chin, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night, the same thud at the same time, a reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chin and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound, this nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I Wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, but there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois Criminal Database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones, walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it, I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened. The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom, a small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died. Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home. Finally, at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "The room is still available." We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. "I don't usually rent to night workers," he said, "but you might be a good fit." I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. "You're right on time," he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. "Any rules?" I asked. He hesitated. "Yes," he said. "Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it." I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet. Too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound. Slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name, then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house, hallways that stretched to toggle, doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist, people standing in corners facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 in the morning, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening. With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day, a faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled. The windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a diver for a deep-sea data center. The servers are overheating, but the water is freezing. The ocean is not silent. That is the first lie they tell you. When you are 400 feet down in the saturation zone, the ocean is a cacophony. You hear the clicking of shrimp, the groaning of tectonic plates, the mechanical whine of your own rebreather, and the thrum of the umbilical that connects you to the surface. I work for a company called Hydratech. We maintain the Black Reef. It sounds like a pirate hideout, but it's actually a server farm. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all started sinking their data centers years ago. It's smart. The ocean provides free cooling, and the pressure acts as natural security. Who's going to hack a server that's at the bottom of the Atlantic? But the Black Reef is different. It's not a commercial pod. It's a private contract. No logos on the hull. Just a black titanium sphere, the size of a football stadium, resting on the abyssal plain. I live in the habitat, a pressurized capsule anchored 50 yards from the sphere. I share it with one other diver, Miller. We spend 28 days down here, breathing a mixture of helium and oxygen that makes our voices sound like cartoon chipmunks. The job is supposed to be easy. Inspect the external cables. Swap out the coolant pumps. Scrub the barnacles off the sensor arrays. "Have you checked the thermals on Sector 7? Miller asked me over the comms. We were sitting in the habitat, eating paste from a tube. "Yeah," I said. "It's running hot, 180 degrees. The water around the hull is boiling." "That's impossible," Miller said. "The ambient temp is near freezing. The pumps are running at 100%. What are they processing in there? Bitcoin mining for God?" "I don't ask," I said. "I just changed the filters." The next shift, I went EVA. I suited up in the hard suit, a mechanized exoskeleton that protects me from the crushing pressure. I stepped out of the airlock and dropped into the black. The lights of the Black Reef loomed ahead. It was massive, a silent, sleeping giant. But as I got closer to Sector 7, I saw the distortion. The water was shimmering, heat haze. I checked my HUD. Warning, external temp 200F. I jetted over to the maintenance hatch. My job was to manually open the emergency intake valve to flush the system with seawater. I grabbed the wheel with my robotic manipulator claw. I paused. There was a sound coming through the hull. Usually servers hum, a steady electrical drone. This wasn't a hum. It was a scream. It sounded like a million voices screaming in unison, sped up until it was a high-pitched whine. "Miller," I said into the comms, "are you getting audio on the hull sensors?" "Negative," Miller cracked back. "Just static." I put my helmet against the titanium shell. "Help us. Burning. Delete. Save. Words. Millions of words per second." "It's data," I whispered. "I'm hearing the data." I turned the wheel. The valve groaned and opened. A jet of superheated water shot out, bubbling violently, but something else came out with it. Debris. I shone my lights on the cloud of silt. It wasn't silt. It was biological matter, gray chunks, like brain matter. "Miller," I said, my voice rising. The server is leaking. Meat. What? Check your CO2 levels, man. You're losing it. I'm serious. I'm taking a sample. I used the suction tube to grab a piece of the debris. I sealed it in a canister. I finished the flush and went back to the habitat. We put the sample under the microscope. It was organic tissue, neural tissue. It's a biocomputer, Miller whispered, his face pale. They aren't using silicon chips. They're using brains, grown brains. That's illegal. That's monstrous. It's efficient, Miller said. Parallel processing. Neurons are faster than transistors. We stared at the gray lump in the petri dish. It was pulsing, just slightly. That night, the lights in the habitat flickered. The comm screen lit up. Incoming message. Black Reef admin. We didn't have a line to the admin inside the sphere. The admin was supposed to be an AI. The text scrolled across the screen. Intake valve open. Cooling insufficient. Deploying maintenance unit. We are the maintenance unit, I said. Outside the porthole, we saw movement. The airlock of the giant sphere opened. Something came out. It wasn't a diver. It wasn't a drone. It was a humanoid shape, but it was huge. 12 feet tall. It didn't have a suit. It was made of the gray matter, a golem of neural tissue held together by fiber optic cables that glowed blue. It swam through the water without jets. It moved with terrifying grace. It came to the window of our habitat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth surface of gray brain tissue. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. Tink, tink. The glass is 3 inches of reinforced polycarbonate. It can withstand the pressure of the ocean. But under the tap of the gray finger, a crack appeared. Miller, get to the escape pod, I yelled. We can't, Miller screamed. We can't decompress. If we go to the surface now, the bends will kill us instantly. Our blood will boil. Better than that thing getting in. The creature tapped again. The crack widened. Water started to spray in, a high-pressure mist that cut like a knife. The comms screen flashed again. Processor overheating. Expansion required. Harvesting local nodes. Local nodes, I whispered. That's us. It wants our brains. The glass shattered. The ocean rushed in. I was swept against the back wall. The pressure hit me like a hammer. My eardrums burst. I saw Miller. The water hit him. He didn't explode. The gray creature grabbed him. It held him gently, and then I watched as Miller unraveled. His skin dissolved. His bones softened. He was pulled apart, turned into a stream of gray slurry that flowed into the creature's chest. He was integrated. The creature turned to me. I scrambled into the airlock of the escape pod. I slammed the inner door. The creature grabbed the door handle. The metal groaned. I hit the launch button. The pod detached. It shot upward. The ascent was agony. The pressure change tore at my insides. I screamed until I passed out. I woke up in a hyperbaric chamber on a Navy ship. They told me there had been an accident, a catastrophic failure of the habitat. Miller was dead. I tried to tell them. About the biocomputer, about the gray man. They nodded, they smiled, they sedated me. Deep water psychosis, the doctor said. Very common. I was discharged. I lost my license. I work in a library now. It's quiet, dry, but I can't use computers. Every time I touch a keyboard, I feel it, the heat. And yesterday, I got an email. Subject, Hello Node. There was no text, just an attachment. It was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed in the library apartment, taken from the ceiling, and in the corner of the photo, standing in the shadows, a gray figure. It followed me up. Or maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I'm still down there. Maybe this reality is just a simulation running on a new node. I just checked my wrist. There is a small blue fiber optic cable sticking out of my vein. It's glowing, and I can hear the ocean. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Auditor. I'm writing this to warn anyone who is thinking about taking a job just because it pays cash and asks no questions. I was 22 years old, living in my car, and I had exactly $4 to my name. I found the job on a bulletin board in a laundromat. It was a handwritten index card that just said, Night Shift Motel Clerk, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., $15 an hour, cash. Apply at the Pines Motel. The Pines Motel was about 20 miles outside of town on a stretch of highway that truckers only used to avoid the way station. It was one of those L-shaped buildings from the 1970s with doors that faced the parking lot and a pool that had been filled with concrete years ago. The neon sign out front flickered, buzzing like an angry hornet, and the P was burnt out, so it just said, the Irons Motel. I walked into the lobby. It smelled like stale cigarette smoke and lemon pledge. The manager was a guy named Earl. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "You got a car?" Earl asked me. "Yes," I said. "You scared of the dark?" "No." "You got a problem with silence?" "No." He threw a set of keys on the counter. "You're hired. Don't let the junkies sleep in the lobby. Don't give refunds after 15 minutes. And the most important rule, do not open the lobby doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I don't care if the Pope is out there knocking. You keep them locked, understand?" I thought it was weird, but I nodded. "Sure. Why?" Earl didn't look at me. He just started counting cash from the register. "Because that's the quiet hour. We like to keep it quiet." He left me there. The first week was boring. I sat behind the bulletproof glass, watched Netflix on my phone, and checked in the occasional truck driver or tired couple. I did the laundry in the back room. Sheets, towels, pillowcases. The machines were loud, rhythmic. Thump, swish, thump, swish. It was hypnotic. I got used to the sounds of the motel. The ice machine down the hall that groaned every hour, the vending machine that hummed, the traffic on the highway, which usually died down around 1 o'clock a.m. But then the second week started, and I learned why the pay was so good. It was Tuesday, 3:15 a.m. I was reading a magazine, fighting to stay awake. The lobby doors were locked, just like Earl said. The lights in the parking lot were dim, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Knock, knock, knock. It was a polite knock. Soft. 3 distinct taps on the glass of the front door. I looked up. Standing outside was an old woman. She looked harmless. She was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a purse. She looked confused. I reached for the button under the counter to buzz the door open. It was instinct. A sweet old lady needing help. Then I remembered Earl's rule. Do not open the doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I hesitated. I leaned into the microphone that let me talk through the speaker outside. "Can I help you, ma'am?" I asked. The woman smiled. It was a nice smile at first. "I forgot my key, sweetie. I'm in room 12. Can you let me in so I can get a spare?" I checked the computer. Room 12 was empty. We hadn't rented it out in 3 days because the AC unit was broken. "Ma'am, room 12 is vacant," I said, my voice shaking a little. Her smile didn't change. It didn't drop. It didn't twitch. It stayed frozen. No, sweetie, I'm in room 12. My husband is waiting. It's cold out here. Please open the door. I can't do that, I said. I can call the police if you're lost. The moment I said, police, her face changed. It didn't turn angry. It just stopped looking human. Her eyes went wide, too wide, like she was forcing her eyelids open with invisible fingers. Her jaw went slack. Open the door, she said. Her voice wasn't an old woman's voice anymore. It was flat, monotone. Open the door, open the door, open the door. I backed away from the glass. I went into the back office and watched her on the security monitor. On the screen, the parking lot was empty. I looked through the glass again. She was standing right there. I looked at the monitor. Empty. I sat in the corner of the office until the sun came up. When 4:00 a.m. hit, I looked out. She was gone. I told Earl about it the next night when he came to relieve me. Yeah, Earl said, drinking his coffee. That's Mrs. Gable. She died in room 12 in 1998. Heart attack. She tries to get in sometimes. Good job keeping the door locked. He said it so casually, like he was talking about the weather. I needed the money, so I stayed. I told myself it was a hallucination from lack of sleep. 2 nights later, it happened again. 3:30 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't polite. Someone was hammering on the glass. I looked up. It was a man in a police uniform. He looked frantic. He had blood on his forehead. Open up, he screamed. There's been an accident. I need to use the phone. My radio is dead. My heart hammered in my chest. A cop. An injured cop. I had to help him. I stood up and reached for the buzzer. Then I saw his badge. It was blank. Just a piece of shiny metal. No numbers. No name. I looked at his police car in the parking lot. There wasn't one. He had just appeared. Where is your car, officer? I asked through the speaker. He stopped banging. He stared at me. His eyes were black, not dark brown. Black. No whites. The car's down the road, he said. His voice was smooth, too smooth, like a radio DJ. Just open the door, kid. Don't you want to be a hero? I'm calling 911, I said. He laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like metal grinding on metal. The lines are down, kid. You know they are. I picked up the lobby phone. Dead tone. I looked back at the door. The cop was pressing his face against the glass. His nose was squashed flat. He was licking the glass. A long gray tongue slid up the pane, leaving a smear of slime. Let me in, he whispered. I'm so hungry. I ran to the back room and locked myself in the laundry closet. I sat on a pile of dirty towels and covered my ears. I could hear him banging on the glass for an hour. Bang, bang, bang. Open up, open up. Then, at 4:01 a.m., silence. I came out. The glass was smeared with grease, but there was no one there. I started looking for another job that morning, but I couldn't find one. I was stuck. The final straw happened on my last night. It was raining. A heavy thunderstorm rain that shook the windows. I was prepared. I had headphones. I had my back to the door. I was going to ignore everything until 4 a.m. At 3:15 a.m., the phone behind the desk rang. Not the lobby phone, the internal phone, the one that guests used to call the front desk. I looked at the caller ID. Room 109. Room 109 was at the far end of the lot. It was the storage room. Earl kept old mattresses and broken lamps in there. It didn't even have a bed. It was locked from the outside, with a padlock. I let it ring, 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 ring. It wouldn't stop. Finally, I picked it up. Front desk. He's in here, a voice whispered. It was my voice. I froze. What? He's in here with me. My voice whispered back to me through the phone. "He's hiding behind the mattresses. He's waiting for you to come check the room." I slammed the phone down. Then I saw movement on the security cameras. Monitor 4 showed the walkway outside room 109. The door to room 109 was open. I knew I had locked it. Earl had the only key. I watched the screen. Something was crawling out of the room. It looked like a spider, but it was the size of a man. It had too many limbs. It was naked, pale, and hairless. It crawled along the concrete walkway, moving jerky and fast. It crawled up the wall and onto the roof. It was heading toward the lobby. I heard the sound of footsteps on the roof above my head. Thump, thump, thump. Dust fell from the ceiling tiles. I grabbed the master. Keys. I grabbed my backpack. I didn't care about the money anymore. I ran for the back exit, the door that led to the alley behind the motel. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't move. It was chained shut from the outside. I panicked. I turned around. The ceiling tiles in the lobby were lifting up. A pale, long hand reached down. Fingers that were 6 inches long grasped the edge of the tile. I ran to the front doors, the glass doors. It was 3:45 a.m. I didn't care. I hit the unlock button. I pushed the doors open. The cool night air hit my face. I ran into the parking lot. "Hey!" a voice yelled. I screamed and spun around, raising my fists. It was a trucker, a big guy in a flannel shirt. He was standing by his rig, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You okay, son?" he asked. I looked back at the motel. The lobby was empty. The ceiling tiles were in place. The door to room 109 was closed and padlocked. I need a ride," I gasped. "Please, just get me away from here." The trucker looked at my shaking hands. "Hop in. I'm heading to Phoenix." I got in that truck, and I never went back for my car. I left my clothes, my phone charger, and my $4 in the glove box. I called Earl from a payphone in Arizona 2 days later. "I quit," I said. Earl didn't sound surprised. "Okay, you made it longer than the last guy." "Earl," I asked, my voice trembling, "what is in room 109? There was a long silence. "We don't have a room 109, Earl said. "The numbers jump from 108 to 110. Bad luck number." "I saw it," I said. "I got a call from it." "Son," Earl whispered, and for the first time he sounded scared. "If you answered that call, you need to keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 2 nights. It tracks the signal." He hung up. That was 6 months ago. I live in motels now, different ones every night. I pay cash. I never give my real name. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in a Motel 6 or a Super 8, the room phone rings. I never answer it, but I can see the light blinking, and if I listen closely through the thin walls, I can hear a scratching sound coming from the ceiling, like long, pale fingernails dragging across the drywall. And then I hear my own voice whispering from the ventilation vent, "Open the door. It's quiet time." I pack my bag, I climb out the window, and I run. I don't know how long I can keep running. I'm so tired. But I know one thing for sure. I am never, ever taking a night shift job again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a house that came with a set of VHS tapes in the basement, and now I wish I was blind. I am writing this from a hotel room in Nevada. I have blocked the door with the dresser. I have unplugged the television. I have covered the mirrors. I can't be around reflections anymore. Every time I see my own face, I see static behind my eyes. I see the lines of track and distortion running down my skin. If you are a collector of vintage media or just someone who likes to browse estate sales for hidden gems, stop. Do not buy the unlabeled tapes. Do not buy the ones with handwritten dates. And for the love of God, if you find a tape labeled Home Movie, do not watch. Listen to the warning. Burn it, smash it, bury it. Just don't put it in the VCR. My name is Kevin. I was 32, a graphic designer who worked from home. I had just bought my first house, a fixer-upper in a quiet suburb of Ohio. It was cheap, built in the 70s, with shag carpet and wood paneling. The previous owner had died, an old man named Mr. Henderson who had no family. The house was sold as is, which meant it came full of his junk. I spent the first week cleaning out the basement. It was a finished basement, dark and smelling of mildew. In the corner, there was a heavy wooden cabinet. Inside, I found a collection of VHS tapes. There were hundreds of them. Most were labeled with innocuous things like Super Bowl 85, news broadcasts, sitcoms. I figured Henderson was a hoarder who taped everything off TV. But on the bottom shelf, pushed way to the back, was a shoebox taped shut with layers of duct tape. I cut it open. Inside were 6 tapes. They were black, generic cassettes with white labels. The labels were handwritten in shaky, jagged letters. Tape 1, the window. Tape 2, the door tape. 3, the hallway tape. 4, the bedroom tape. 5, the sleeper tape. 6, the waking. I was curious. Who wouldn't be? I assumed they were just creepy home movies or maybe some weird art project. I had an old VCR TV combo unit in the garage that I hadn't thrown out yet. I brought it down to the basement, plugged it in, and popped in tape 1, the window. The screen flickered with static. Blue screen. Then the image cut in. It was grainy, low-quality footage, hand-held. It was shot at night. The camera was pointed at a window from the outside. I recognized the window immediately. It was the kitchen window of my house. The camera was steady. It just filmed the window. Inside, I could see Mr. Henderson sitting at the kitchen table eating soup. He looked younger, maybe in his 50s. He was oblivious. The tape ran for an hour. Just footage of a man eating, reading the paper, washing dishes. It was boring, but unsettling. Someone had been stalking him. I ejected it and put in tape 2, the door. This one was shot from inside the house. The camera was set up on a tripod in the living room facing the front door. It was night again. The lights were off. Nothing happened for 20 minutes. Then the mail slot on the door opened. A long, thin metal rod slid through. It wiggled around, feeling for the lock. It failed. The rod retracted. Then a face appeared in the mail slot. Just an eye. A wide, unblinking eye staring into the living room. It looked around, scanning. Then the tape cut to static. I was creeped out. I should have called the police then. But I told myself this was old footage, decades old. The stalker was probably dead or in jail. I put in tape 3, the hallway. This footage was different. It wasn't static. The camera was moving. It was being held by someone walking through the house. The camera moved silently down the hallway. It paused at photos on the wall. It paused at a mirror. In the mirror, I saw the cameraman, or rather, I saw what he was wearing. He was dressed in a full-body black spandex suit, like a morph suit, but thicker. No face, no skin showing, just a black silhouette. He waved at the mirror, a slow, mocking wave. Then he walked to the basement door. He opened it. He walked down the stairs, the same stairs I had just walked down. He walked to the corner of the basement, to the wooden cabinet. He opened the cabinet. He placed a shoebox inside. The tape ended. I froze. My skin crawled. The tapes I was watching, the stalker had put them there, for Henderson to find, or for me. I looked at the cabinet in the corner. It looked ominous now in the dim basement light. I grabbed tape 4, the bedroom. My hands were shaking. I had to know. I put it in. The footage was shot from inside a closet. The shuttered doors were cracked open just an inch. Through the slat, I could see a bed. Mr. Henderson was sleeping in the bed. The camera zoomed in on his face. He was snoring softly. Then the closet door opened. The camera moved out into the room. The figure in the black suit stood over the bed. He just stood there, towering over the sleeping old man. He reached out a gloved hand. He touched Henderson's face gently, a stroke on the cheek. Henderson stirred but didn't wake. The figure leaned down. The camera got close to the figure's face, the smooth black fabric where a face should be. And then a sound came from the TV speakers. Breathing. Heavy, wet breathing. But it wasn't coming from the tape. It sounded like it was behind me. I spun around. The basement was empty. "Just the acoustics," I whispered. "Just the echo." I turned back to the TV. The tape had ended. I picked up tape 5, the sleeper. I hesitated. I really didn't want to watch it, but I felt a compulsion, a pull, like gravity. I pushed the tape in. The screen was black. No image, just audio. It was a recording of someone sleeping, the rhythmic in-out of breath. Then a voice whispered over the breathing, "He doesn't know I'm here. He thinks he's alone. He thinks locks keep people out. But locks are just suggestions." The voice was distorted, deep, digital. "I live in the spaces he doesn't look. I live in the crawl space. I live in the attic. I live in the walls." Then the image cut in. It was footage of the attic. My attic! I recognized the insulation and the rafters. In the corner of the attic, there was a sleeping bag, a pile of candy wrappers, a bucket. Someone had been living up there. The camera panned to a hole in the floorboards. Through the hole, light was shining. The camera lowered to the hole. I could see down into the master bedroom, directly onto the bed. The tape cut to static. I ran upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and a ladder. I went to the hallway ceiling hatch. I pushed it open. I shined a light into the attic. It was empty, dust, insulation. But in the corner, there was a flattened area in the insulation, like someone had been lying there recently, and there were candy wrappers, fresh ones, and a hole, a small hole drilled into the floor. I looked through it. I could see my own bed, my pillows. The realization hit me like a truck. These tapes weren't just old. Some of the footage, the candy wrappers, looked modern. I ran back to the basement. I grabbed the last tape. Tape 6, the wake-in. I had to see it. I had to know how it ended. I shoved it into the VCR. The screen flickered. It was a live feed. It wasn't a recording. It was showing the basement. It was showing me. The camera was positioned behind me in the corner of the room near the water heater. I turned around slowly. There was nothing there, just shadows. I looked back at the TV. On the screen I was turning around, but on the screen there was someone standing right behind me. The figure in the black suit. He was standing inches from my back. I spun around again, swinging my arms. "Who's there?" Empty air. I looked at the TV. On the screen, the figure was still there. He was mocking me, miming my movements. When I swung my arm, he ducked. When I yelled, he put a finger to where his lips should be. He pointed at the TV. I looked closer at the screen. The figure on the screen reached out. He reached toward the camera lens that was filming us. He grabbed the edges of the TV frame. And then the impossible happened. Hands, black, gloved hands, pushed out of the television screen. They were three-dimensional. They stretched the glass like it was liquid. They grasped the sides of the TV set. A head pushed through the glass. The smooth, black, faceless head. It was climbing out of the TV. I screamed and grabbed a heavy wooden cabinet. I shoved it over. It crashed into the TV stand. The TV shattered. Sparks flew. Smoke filled the room. The hands retracted. The figure vanished into the static of the broken tube. I ran. I grabbed my car keys and ran out of the house. I didn't lock the door. I didn't turn off the lights. I drove until I hit the state line. I stopped at this hotel. I thought I was safe. But an hour ago, I turned on the hotel TV to watch the news. The channel was fuzzy, static. Then the image cut in. It was footage of me, sleeping in the hotel bed. It must have been filmed 10 minutes ago when I dozed off. The camera angle was from the ceiling, and standing in the corner of the hotel room, barely visible in the shadows, was the figure in black. He waved. Then text appeared on the screen, white and jagged. Tape 7, the hotel. I unplugged the TV. I smashed it, but now I hear it. From the bathroom, click, whir, the sound of a VCR rewinding, but there is no VCR in the bathroom. I'm looking at the bathroom mirror from where I'm sitting. My reflection is in the mirror. I look terrified, but behind my reflection, the shower curtain is moving. A black hand is pulling it back and holding a camcorder, recording. I have to go. I have to find a place with no screens, no mirrors, no lenses. If you find a box of tapes, don't be curious. Curiosity is the lens they use to find you. And once they find you, you become the show. End of tape. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I stayed the night in a house that wasn't empty. I found the house because I ran out of options. My job ended suddenly. My savings were almost gone. Every cheap motel was full, and every room online wanted deposits I couldn't afford. Near midnight, I saw a small handwritten sign taped to a bus stop pole. Room for rent. Cheap. No questions. There was a phone number under it. The man who answered didn't ask my name. He just gave me an address and said, "Come tonight if you want it." The house was far from the main road, hidden behind trees and tall grass. No porch light, no cars, just a dark shape against the night sky. I stood there for a minute with my bag, listening to the wind move through the trees. The place looked abandoned, but the front door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cold and still. The smell hit me right away, old wood, dust, and something sour underneath. The floor creaked loudly when I stepped in, like the house noticed me. A single lamp turned on, at the end of the hallway by itself. Under it stood the man from the phone. He was tall, very thin, and too pale. His eyes were dark and shiny like wet stones. He smiled, but only with his mouth. "You can stay upstairs," he said. "Last door." I asked him how much. He told me the price and added, "No leaving the room after midnight." I laughed a little, thinking it was a joke. He didn't laugh back. I paid him. He gave me a key that felt old and smooth, like it had been used for years. The stairs were narrow. The walls were close on both sides. As I climbed, I noticed marks on the walls, long lines scratched deep into the wood, running up and down like someone had dragged their fingers there again and again. My room was small, just a bed, a chair, and a window that faced the trees. The lock worked. That made me feel better. I told myself I would sleep for a few hours and leave in the morning. That was the plan. Around midnight, I heard the first sound. It came from inside the walls. A slow rubbing noise, like someone pressing their ear against the wood and moving it back and forth. I held my breath and listened. The sound stopped. Then it started again. Closer. I sat up in bed. Something tapped lightly on the wall beside my head. Once, twice, 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice whispered from inside the wall. It didn't say words. It just breathed slow and deep, like it was right next to me. I told myself it was rats. Old houses have rats. But rats don't breathe like people. I checked my phone. No signal. The time read 12:17. The tapping moved toward the door. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, bare feet, slow, heavy. They stopped outside my room. Someone tried to handle. It didn't turn. The footsteps moved away. I didn't sleep after that. Every few minutes, I heard movement, scraping, dragging, soft knocking sounds from the ceiling, the floor, the walls. The house was full of quiet activity, like it woke up when the lights went out. At some point, I smelled something different, warm, metallic, like blood. The window began to fog from the inside, even though the room was cold. A shape pressed against the glass from outside, leaving a wide, flat mark like a face without features. I pulled the blanket over my head and waited for morning. Morning never came. The time on my phone stopped changing. The dark outside the window never lightened. My battery stayed full no matter how long the screen stayed on. I knocked on the door and shouted for the landlord. Something knocked back from the other side. Same rhythm, same force. I unlocked the door. The hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bent inward. The ceiling was lower. Doors lined both sides, more doors than the house could possibly have. All of them were slightly open. Inside each one, I saw darkness moving, slow and thick, like something breathing in its sleep. The man stood at the far end of the hall. "You broke the rule," he said calmly. I told him I wanted to leave. He nodded. "Everyone does." The doors began to open wider. Hands reached out. Arms followed. Pale skin. Too many joints. Fingers that bent backward. The walls started to pulse, pushing in and out like a chest breathing. I ran. The stairs went down and down and down. The front door was gone. In its place was a narrow passage that smelled like rot and wet earth. Voices filled the house now. Hundreds of them, all whispering at once. They were saying my name. I tripped and fell. The floor felt soft. It moved. I woke up in my bed. Morning sunlight came through the window. Birds sang outside. My phone worked again. The room looked normal. For a moment I thought it was a nightmare. Then I saw the marks on my arms. Finger-shaped bruises, dark and deep, wrapping all the way around. I left the house without my bag, without the key, without looking back. Weeks have passed. I am sleeping in a different place now. But every night, just after midnight, I hear slow tapping on the wall beside my bed. Tap, tap, tap. And a familiar voice breathing on the other side, waiting for me to open the door again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Weeping Walls of 47 Willow Street. The Craigslist ad was buried under listings for shared apartments and studio couch surfing gigs. Room for rent in historic St. John's Victorian. Utilities, Wi-Fi, parking included. $400 a month, quiet tenant preferred, references required. Attached was a single photo, a sunlit room with high ceilings, an ornate, if dusty ceiling medallion, and a view of mature maple trees through tall, wavy glass windows. It looked like a slice of old Portland charm. It was exactly half what I'd been paying for a shoebox downtown after my research grant at PSU fell through. The landlord, Dr. Eris Thorne, spoke with clipped academic precision over the phone. He was a retired anthropology professor, he explained, living alone in the large house after his wife's passing. He needed a responsible, low-impact presence to help with the upkeep. His voice was dry, devoid of warmth, but the price was impossible to ignore. He vetted me thoroughly, asked for pay. Stubbs spoke to my last landlord, even requested a copy of my student ID. When he finally agreed, his instructions were specific. Move in after 5 p.m. I keep early hours. Your room is the west-facing one on the second floor, left of the stairs. The rest of the house is private, especially the third floor. Do not go up there. The steps are unsafe. He didn't mention anything about the house's history beyond its 1898 construction date. He just handed me a heavy brass key at the door, his thin hand cold and papery, and retreated immediately into the dim interior, closing the door firmly behind him before I'd even hefted my first box. Stepping inside 47 Willow Street that first evening felt like entering a museum after hours. The air was still, thick with the scent of aged wood, lemon oil polish, and something fainter, more organic, like dried flowers left too long in a vase. Dust motes hung suspended in the slanted afternoon light filtering through the leaded glass of the front door. The entryway opened into a cavernous parlor dominated by a grand staircase with a carved mahogany banister. Heavy velvet drapes, faded to a bruised plum color, framed tall windows. Everything was meticulously clean, but utterly devoid of life. No personal photos, no books out of place, no sound beyond the rhythmic, hollow tick-tock of a grandfather clock in the dining room. My room, as promised, was spacious and high-ceilinged. Sunlight streamed through the west window, illuminating dust dancing above a wrought-iron bed frame, a simple dresser, and a small desk. The wallpaper was a faded pattern of ivy vines. It felt serene, isolated, perfect for writing my dissertation on Pacific Northwest logging communities. I unpacked slowly, savoring the quiet, the absence of sirens and neighbor noise. The only oddity was the closet door. It was slightly ajar, revealing darkness within, and no matter how firmly I pushed it shut, it would creak open again an inch or two within the hour. I chalked it up to old hinges and warped wood. The first night, I woke abruptly at 2:17 a.m., not from a nightmare but from sound. Soft, muffled crying. A child's voice. It seemed to come from the hallway just outside my door. I lay frozen, listening hard. It wasn't loud, just a thin, hiccuping sob that cut through the profound silence of the old house. Sniff, whimper, sniff. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then stopped as abruptly as it began. I told myself it was the pipes, or the wind whistling through a crack I hadn't noticed. Portland was full of old houses with voices. I got up, peered into the empty, shadowed hallway. Nothing. The grandfather clock downstairs chimed the quarter hour, its deep, resonant bong echoing unnaturally loud. I went back to bed, dismissing it. Stress, jet lag from the move, the unfamiliar quiet playing tricks. But the crying came back. Not every night, unpredictably. Sometimes it was just before dawn. A thin, desolate wail that seemed to seep through the floorboards from below. Sometimes it was mid-afternoon when I was trying to concentrate, a sound so close it made me spin around, expecting to see a lost child standing in the doorway. It was always a child, always female, always heartbreakingly sad. I never saw anyone. Dr. Thorne was a ghost himself. I'd hear his slow footsteps on the floorboards above my room early in the morning, the clink of dishes in the kitchen at precisely 7:30 a.m., and the faint rustle of newspaper pages. We'd exchange terse nods or murmured hellos in the narrow hallway, his pale blue eyes never quite meeting mine, always flicking past me towards the stairs or a closed door. He moved with a stiff, deliberate care, as if navigating a space filled with invisible obstacles. I asked him once casually about the pipes making noises. He didn't look up from polishing a brass candlestick. "The house breathes," he said, his voice dry as dead leaves. "It remembers things. Pay it no heed. Focus on your work." His dismissal was absolute. It felt less like advice and more like a command. The crying wasn't the only thing. Small objects began to vanish. My favorite pen, a cheap Bic, but the one I wrote best with, disappeared from the desk. I found it 3 days later, tucked neatly under the pillow on the unused side of the bed. My reading glasses went missing from the nightstand. I discovered them balanced perfectly on the edge of the cold porcelain sink, in the shared bathroom down the hall, a room I rarely used. One morning, I woke to find the heavy velvet curtains in my room drawn tightly shut, though I always left them open for the light. When I pulled them back, the brass rings scraped against the rod with an unnerving shriek. The closet door was wide open, the darkness within seeming deeper than before. A faint, sweet smell lingered, not pleasant but cloying, like decaying lilies. I mentioned none of this to Dr. Thorne. His coldness was a wall. Instead, I bought a cheap digital voice recorder, the kind journalists use. I left it running on my desk overnight, pointed toward the hallway. The playback the next morning made my blood turn to ice. For hours, there was only silence, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the distant traffic on Highway 30. Then, at 1:48 a.m., clear as a bell through the cheap microphone, the sound of small bare feet padding softly down the hallway outside my door. Pat, pat, pat. They stopped right outside my threshold. Silence for 10 seconds. Then a child's voice, thin and trembling, whispering directly at the recorder. "Why won't you play with me?" My breath hitched in my throat as I listened. The whisper came again, closer this time, the microphone picking up the faint moisture in the voice. "It's cold, so cold down here. Can I come in?" A pause. Then a sound that wasn't human, a low guttural clicking like stones rattling in a dry throat, followed by a wet, choking sob that dissolved into silence. The recorder captured it all. I played it back 3 times, my hands shaking. This wasn't pipes. This wasn't the wind. This was intentional. I confronted Dr. Thorne at breakfast the next day. He was eating a single boiled egg at the massive scarred kitchen table, his back to the window overlooking the overgrown backyard. I placed the recorder between us, pressed play, and watched his face. His reaction wasn't surprise. It was resignation, a deep, weary sorrow that aged him decades and seconds. He didn't look at the recorder. He stared at his egg, his spoon hover in mid-air. When the child's whisper, "Why won't you play with me?" filled the quiet kitchen, his knuckles turned white on the spoon handle. When the wet, choking sob sounded, a single tear traced a path down his deeply lined cheek. He reached out a trembling hand and stopped the recording. His voice was barely audible. "Her name was Eleanor, my daughter. She died in this house. 1952. Pneumonia." He finally looked at me, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow. She was 7. She didn't want to go to the hospital. She was afraid of the dark there. She hid in the dumbwaiter shaft. He gestured vaguely toward the corner of the kitchen where an old sealed-up wooden cabinet stood. "We found her too late. The doctor, he said her lungs were full of fluid. She drowned on the inside." He wiped his cheek roughly with his sleeve. "She never liked being alone, especially in the dark. She always wanted someone to hold her hand." He pushed his plate away, the egg untouched. "She's not malicious. She's lost, confused, stuck in the moment she was most afraid. The 3rd floor, that's where the old nursery was, where she spent her last days. That's why I said not to go up there. The stairs are unsafe, but also she's strongest there. The air, it's thick with her." He stood up, his movement stiff. "I stay because she needs to know she's not forgotten. But the house, it holds on to grief. It holds on to her. You hear her because you're new, because you're warm, because you're here." He walked slowly towards the door to the parlor, pausing with his hand on the frame. "Do what you must, but know this. She doesn't understand time. She doesn't understand you aren't me 60 years younger, or that you aren't her mother, long gone. She only knows she's cold and alone, and she wants someone to stay." I didn't pack, not yet. The academic in me warred with the terrified human. I needed proof. Not for Dr. Thorne, he already knew, but for myself, to silence the rationalizing part of my brain screaming mass hysteria, carbon monoxide, infrasound. I bought an EMF meter online, cheap, probably useless, but a tangible tool. I researched the house. The St. John's Historical Society archives confirmed the basics. Built for a timber baron, sold to Eris Thorne's father in 1948. Eleanor Thorne, age 7, died of complications from pneumonia on January 17, 1952. No mention of a dumbwaiter accident, but records from that era were sparse. I also found an old grainy photo in a digitized Portland newspaper archive. A stern-faced man, Eris's father, a woman with a sad smile, his mother, and a little girl with dark braids and wide, serious eyes standing on the porch of 47 Willow Street. Eleanor. Her eyes seemed to follow me on the screen. That night, I placed the EMF meter on my nightstand, its green digital display glowing faintly in the dark. I left the voice recorder running again. I lay rigid, every sense straining. Midnight passed. 1 a.m. The house creaked its usual symphony. Then at 1:55 a.m., the temperature plummeted. It wasn't a draft. It was a sudden, localized cold spot that settled over the foot of my bed like a physical weight. My breath fogged in the moonlight streaming through the window. The EMF meter's display spiked violently, the needle jumping into the red zone, emitting a faint, high-pitched whine. I fumbled for it, my fingers numb with cold. As I touched it, the crying started, not muffled, not from the hallway, right beside my ear. A soft, wet sob followed by a whispered plea that vibrated the air. "Hold my hand. Please, it's so dark." I jerked upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The cold intensified, centering on my left hand where it lay on the blanket. I snatched it back as if burned. The EMF meter shrieked. On the nightstand, my water glass trembled, then tipped over, spilling water across the wood. The cold spot vanished instantly. The EMF needle dropped back to 0. The recorder captured it all, the spike whine, the glass shattering, my gasp, and beneath it all, the fading sound of a child's disappointed sigh. "You left again." I didn't sleep. At dawn, exhausted and shaking, I went downstairs. Dr. Thorne was already in the kitchen brewing tea. He took one look at my face, pale and drawn, dark circles under my eyes, and nodded slowly. "She found you?" It wasn't a question. I showed him the EMF readings, the audio file. He listened to the sigh, "You left again," without flinching. "That was Marjorie's phrase," he said quietly, stirring his tea with a trembling hand. "My wife. She'd say that when Ellie would pull away during her fever dreams. You left again, my little bird. I'm right here." He reached into the pocket of his cardigan and pulled out a small cloth-bound book, its cover stained and soft with age. Eleanor's diary, only a few pages. She was just learning to write. He opened it with reverence. The childish scrawl was heartbreaking. "Today I helped Mama garden. We planted lilies. Mama says they smell like angels. I got dirt on my dress. Papa was cross. I hid in the quiet place. It was dark but safe. I liked the quiet place. Mama calls for me, but I liked the quiet." Another entry, the handwriting shakier. "Sick. Mama cries. Papa is loud. Doctor smells bad. Don't want the shot. Don't want the dark place. Hold my hand, Mama. Hold my hand, Papa." The final entry was barely legible, the ink blurred as if by tears or rain. "Cold, so cold. Water in my chest. Can't breathe. Mama, Papa, where are you? The quiet place is dark. I'm scared. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave." The sentence trailed off into a jagged ink stroke. I spent the day in a daze. The rationalizations were gone, burned away by the cold spot, the voice, the diary. Eleanor wasn't a story. She was a presence, a trauma embedded in the wood and plaster of this house. That afternoon, needing air, I walked to the overgrown backyard. The dead oak tree from the Craigslist photo stood sentinel near the fence. At its base, half hidden by weeds, was a small weathered headstone. Not for Eleanor. She was buried in Riverview Cemetery, Dr. Thorne had said, but for Marjorie Thorne, beloved wife and mother, 1920, 1985, and carved beneath, "She never stopped, listening for her little bird." As I stood there, a scent cut through the damp earth smell. Lilacs, strong, sweet, cloying, exactly like the smell I'd noticed near the open closet. I turned. Dr. Thorne stood on the back porch watching me, his face unreadable. He didn't say a word. He just slowly closed the screen door, the thwack of the latch echoing in the still afternoon. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the room. I dragged the wrought iron bed frame away from the wall, creating a barrier of sorts. I left every light on, the overhead bulb, the desk lamp, even the small light in the ensuite bathroom. I sat on the edge of the bed, the knife from my kitchen drawer resting on my lap, the EMF meter and recorder running. The house was unnaturally quiet. No creaks, no clock ticking, just a heavy, waiting silence. At 2:03 a.m., the lights flickered, once, twice, then died completely, plunging the room into absolute darkness. The EMF meter whined frantically in the blackness. The recorder hissed, static. And then the cold came. Not a spot, a wave. It rolled over me, stealing my breath, frosting the air. It smelled overwhelmingly of wet earth and decaying lilies. A small icy hand closed over my wrist where it rested on the knife handle. The grip was surprisingly strong, damp, and freezing. A child's voice, thick with tears and that wet, bubbling undertone, whispered directly into my ear, its breath like the inside of a deep well. "You're warm. Stay warm with me. Don't go to the dark place." I tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, fingers like frozen twigs digging into my skin. I fumbled for the knife's handle, my fingers numb. "Mama left," the whisper sobbed. "Papa left. You stay. You hold my hand. Forever." Panic surged. I yanked my arm back with all my strength. There was a sound like tearing the fabric, a small, sharp "rape," and the cold grip vanished. I scrambled back on the bed, crashing into the wall, fumbling for my phone. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, shaking wildly. The room was empty, but on the blanket where the hand had gripped my wrist, dark, wet stains spread like ink blots. And caught on the edge of the blanket, snagged on the rough iron frame of the bed, was a single long strand of coarse black hair, too long, too thick to be mine, or Dr. Thorne's. It glistened wetly in the phone light. I didn't wait for dawn. I packed by phone light, shoving clothes and my laptop into my suitcase with shaking hands. The wet stains on the blanket steamed faintly in the cold air. I avoided looking at the closet. I avoided the hallway. I took the stairs 2 at a time, stumbling on the 3rd step, my suitcase banging against my leg. The grandfather clock in the dining room was silent. The house felt watchful, holding its breath. I reached the front door, fumbled with the heavy brass key in the lock. As the deadbolt slid back with a loud clunk, a sound froze me mid-motion. From the top of the stairs, soft, bare feet patting down. Pat, pat, pat. Slow, deliberate, stopping on the landing, then a new sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a small body leaning against the banister. Thump, 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 accompanied by a wet, hitching breath. I didn't look up. I couldn't. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the porch. The pre-dawn air was frigid, a relief after the house's unnatural chill. I didn't look back. I ran down the cracked sidewalk, suitcase wheels catching on roots, the knife still clutched in my hand. I didn't stop until I reached the bright fluorescent lights of the 24-hour Safeway 3 blocks away, gasping for breath, leaning against the warm glass doors. I called a cab from inside the store, my voice raw, as I gave the driver the address of a cheap motel near the airport. As the cab pulled up to 47 Willow Street to collect my car, a beat-up Honda Civic parked under the skeletal branches of the dead oak. I forced myself to look at the house. Dawn was breaking, painting the sky in pale pinks and grays. The tall windows on the 2nd floor were dark, all except one, my room, the west-facing window. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn back, just enough to see inside, and pressed against the wavy glass illuminated by the rising sun was the faint, perfect outline of a small, pale handprint. It looked wet, smudged at the edges. As I watched, a second, smaller handprint appeared beside it, lower down on the glass. Then a third. They weren't on the outside. They were on the inside, pressed from within the room. The cab honked impatiently. I tore my eyes away, fumbling for my keys. I drove to the motel in a numb daze, checking the rearview mirror constantly. In the parking lot, under the harsh motel sign flickering in the dawn light, I opened the trunk to get my suitcase. It was covered in thick, wet mud. Dark, rich mud that smelled of river clay and decay. The same mud that had been caked on Eleanor's boots in the old newspaper photo. I hadn't driven through any mud. My tires were clean. The mud was only on the suitcase handle, smeared as if a small cold hand had gripped it tightly while I ran. The motel room smelled of bleach and stale smoke. I sat on the stiff bed, the knife on the nightstand, the EMF meter still whining faintly in my backpack. I called Dr. Thorne. His phone went straight to voicemail, his message clipped and formal. "Thorne residence, leave a message." I left none. I called the Portland Police non-emergency line. I told the board-sounding dispatcher about the break-in, the mud, the handprints. I sounded unhinged. I knew it. She took my name, my old address, 47 Willow Street, and said an officer would follow up when possible. No urgency, no belief. Why would there be? I was a broke grad student reporting ghosts. I spent the day researching exorcists, mediums, anyone who dealt with the dead. Every website, every forum post dripped with the same advice. Leave, just leave, don't look back. But where would I go? My savings were gone. My academic future was in shambles. The weight of Eleanor's loneliness, her desperate, cold grip on my wrist, pressed down on me heavier than any rational fear. She hadn't wanted to hurt me. She'd wanted comfort. She'd wanted someone to stay. That was the true horror, not the cold, not the whispers, but the profound, aching need radiating from that small, trapped presence. The house wasn't haunted by a monster. It was haunted by a little girl who couldn't understand why everyone kept leaving her in the dark. That night, in the thin motel bed, I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the hum of the highway. At 2:17 a.m., the air conditioning unit above the window rattled violently. Not a normal rattle, a sharp rhythmic bang, 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 like small fists pounding on metal. The digital clock on the nightstand flickered, the numbers dissolving into static snow, and beneath the noise, so faint I thought I might be hallucinating, came the wet, bubbling whisper, seeming to come from the cheap floral wallpaper beside my head. "You forgot your warm blanket?" A pause. The AC unit went silent. The clock stabilized, reading 2:18. The whisper came again, closer, the breath like frost on my ear. "We're waiting." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there in the suffocating motel room dark, the knife slick in my sweating palm, the smell of wet earth and decaying lilies thick in the air. The $400 a month had been a steal. The cost of staying had been my peace. The cost of leaving, I realized with a cold certainty that seeped into my bones deeper than any ghostly touch, was my freedom. Eleanor wasn't confined to 47 Willow Street. Grief, that old, that deep, doesn't respect walls. It follows, it clings, it waits. And in the crushing silence after the whisper faded, the only sound was the slow, steady drip of muddy water falling from the handle of my suitcase onto the cheap motel carpet. Plink, 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 like a countdown, like a heartbeat, like small bare feet padding closer in the dark. I'm not safe here. I won't be safe anywhere. She's right. They're waiting. And the worst part, the truly, devastatingly realistic part, is that a part of me, the part that's been lonely too, that's lost too much, that part understands why she won't let go. The cold on my wrist doesn't fade. It never will. It's a brand, a promise, or a sentence. The dripping continues. Plink, plink, plink. I close my eyes. I don't pray. I just listen for the bare feet in the hallway outside the thin motel door. They haven't started yet, but they will. They always do. The house on Willow Street didn't keep me, but Eleanor did, and she's bringing the cold with her. Always. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas, and this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan in depth, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching that cardboard. Great, I muttered. Rats. I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item, gas 8490, unknown, origin, recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritched. Then it stopped. Hello? I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice, a woman's voice. It's so tight, she whispered. My fingers are breaking. I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. Who's there? I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone, just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light. and clicked it. On. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel, facing the wall. He was standing shin-deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the night archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" A voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others. Faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The Unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped, but yesterday I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch, and then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book. It was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged. A soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust? Or the spine of a book looked like text? Ping. "He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us." My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system at the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. "He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone." I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. "This is a bug," I whispered. "It's a glitched predictive text algorithm." Ping. Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void. I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall, a blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. Who are you? I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static. I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them. Not them, in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry, cold, touches hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. Drown. I pointed it at the knife block. Cut. I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynatine. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. Ha! I said, my voice cracking. Try seeing now. I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality. It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body, just a final entry in his digital log that read, I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself. I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me if the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. "You are a vessel. We fit inside." I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light. And sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me. And standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words: hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach, repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure made of words leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. "We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway." I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. "She is tired. She has a weak heart." I looked at my coffee cup. "Poison. Slow. Caffeine." I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface, and the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. "He knows too much. Cut the feed." She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, "Scald." She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns. But as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My carbon monoxide detector has been going off every night at 3 a.m. for the past week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot at 4 in the morning because I'm too scared to go back inside my apartment. I know how insane this sounds, but I need to write everything down before I forget again. Let me start from the beginning. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building in Minneapolis. I've been here for 8 months. It's not fancy, but it's mine, and the rent is cheap. I work from home doing tech support, so I'm in the apartment pretty much all day, every day. About 2 weeks ago, I installed a carbon monoxide detector. I know I should have done it sooner, but I kept putting it off. My mom kept nagging me about it after her friend's husband died from a faulty furnace, so I finally ordered one on Amazon. It's one of those digital ones with a screen that shows the CO levels. I put it in the hallway between my bedroom and the living room, plugged it in, and forgot about it. Everything was fine for the first week. Then last Monday night, I woke up to the detector screaming. The alarm is loud, really loud, and it was going off right outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:07 a.m. I stumbled out into the hallway and looked at the detector. The screen said 0 ppm, 0. No carbon monoxide detected, but it was still blaring. I unplugged it, thinking maybe it was malfunctioning. The alarm stopped. I stood there in the dark hallway for a minute, listening, but everything was quiet. I plugged it back in. It beeped once to show it was working, displayed 0 ppm, and stayed quiet. I went back to bed. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. exactly, the alarm started screaming. I checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it, waited, plugged it back in. It stopped. I figured the detector was defective. I was going to return it, but I got busy with work and forgot. Wednesday night, 3 a.m., the alarm went off. Again. This time, I was annoyed enough that I actually got out of bed faster. I unplugged the detector and brought it into my bedroom so the alarm wouldn't wake me up if it went off again. I left it on my dresser, unplugged. I went back to sleep. At 3:47 a.m., I woke up to the alarm going off again. The detector was still on my dresser, still unplugged, but the screen was lit up and the alarm was blaring, and the screen said, 0 ppm. That's when I started to get scared. I took the batteries out. The detector is supposed to have a battery backup in case of power outages. I removed them completely. No power source at all. The alarm kept going. I stood there holding this dead detector in my hands while it screamed at me. The screen was still lit up, showing 0 ppm, even though there was no possible way it could be getting power. I threw it in my closet and shut the door. The alarm was muffled, but I could still hear it. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I opened the closet. The detector was silent, screen dark, completely dead. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about throwing it away, but part of me wanted to figure out what was happening. I posted about it on a tech support forum. People said it was probably a manufacturing defect, that sometimes electronics can hold a charge and do weird things. Someone suggested I get a replacement and also call my landlord to check the furnace. I called my landlord that afternoon. He said the furnace was inspected in September and everything was fine, but he'd send someone to check again. A maintenance guy came by on Friday. He spent 20 minutes looking at the furnace and the vents and said everything looked good. No leaks, no problems. I asked him if he'd ever heard of carbon monoxide detectors going off when they're not even plugged in. He looked at me weird and said, "No." After he left, I took the detector out of my closet. I put the batteries back in and plugged it into the outlet in my living room far away from my bedroom. I wanted to see if it would go off again. Friday night, 3 a.m., it went off. I got up and checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it and took the batteries out again. It kept beeping for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Saturday, I bought a completely different detector from a different brand. I installed it in the hallway and put the old one in a drawer in my kitchen. Saturday night, 3 a.m., the new detector went off. I checked it. 0 ppm. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could hear another alarm going off too, muffled from the kitchen. The old detector in the drawer was also going off. Both detectors, different brands, one with no power source, both going off at exactly 3 a.m., showing no carbon monoxide present. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise. I didn't go back to sleep. Sunday morning, I did some research. I looked up everything I could find about carbon monoxide detectors malfunctioning. The only thing that made sense was electromagnetic interference. Sometimes power lines or other electronics can cause false alarms, but that wouldn't explain the detector going off with no power. I also looked up stories about carbon monoxide poisoning. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, confusion, nausea. One thing that kept coming up in the articles was that CO poisoning can cause memory problems and hallucinations. I started to think, what if there really is carbon monoxide in my apartment? What if the detectors are malfunctioning and not showing the real levels? What if I'm slowly being poisoned, and that's why I'm seeing impossible things like unplugged detectors turning on? Sunday afternoon, I bought a third detector, a professional-grade one that cost $200. The reviews said it was the most accurate on the market. I also bought a pack of those disposable CO badges that change color if they detect gas. I put badges in every room. I installed the new detector. I opened all my windows, even though it was freezing outside. Sunday night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching the detector. At 2:55 a.m., I was staring right at it. At exactly 3 a.m., all three detectors started going off. The new one in the hallway, the one in the living room, and the one in the kitchen drawer. All of them, simultaneously, all of them showing 0 ppm. I checked the CO badges. None of them had changed color, no carbon monoxide. The alarms kept going for about 5 minutes. Then they all stopped at the same time, just stopped, mid-beep. Total silence. I sat on my couch in the dark, shaking. That's when I noticed something. My laptop was open on the coffee table. I always close it before bed. But it was open, and the screen was on, and there was a document open in Word. I didn't remember opening a document. I walked over and looked at the screen. There was text. Pages and pages of text. I started reading it. It was a journal, my journal, entries going back months. But I don't keep a journal. I've never kept a journal. The entries were about my daily life, what I ate, what I watched on TV, who I talked to, mundane stuff, but written in detail like someone was documenting everything I did. I scrolled down. The entries got weirder. They started talking about hearing noises at night, about feeling watched, about losing time and finding things moved around the apartment. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember writing any of this. The last entry was from Sunday night, a few hours ago. It said, "The alarms went off again at 3 a.m., all three of them. I'm starting to understand what's happening. I'm starting to remember. I don't think I'm alone in this apartment. I don't think I've ever been alone here." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll. I kept reading. I found the photos today. They were in a folder on my desktop labeled "Do Not Open." I don't remember creating that folder. I opened it anyway. There were pictures of me sleeping. Hundreds of them, taken from different angles in my bedroom, some from last week, some from last night. Someone has been in my room while I'm sleeping, taking pictures. I immediately opened my desktop folders. There it was, a folder labeled "Do Not Open." I clicked on it. Photos. So many photos. All of me, sleeping in my bed, sitting at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV. Some were taken from inside my apartment, from angles that shouldn't be possible unless someone was standing right next to me. Others were taken through my window from outside, from the building across the street. There are photos from tonight, from an hour ago. Me sitting on the couch with all the lights on, holding my phone. Someone was watching me right now. I ran to the window and looked out. The building across the street was dark, but I could see one window with a faint light. 3rd floor, directly across from my apartment. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them someone was stalking me, that someone had been in my apartment taking pictures. They said they'd send an officer. While I waited, I kept reading the journal. The entries got more disturbing. I think I'm losing time. I'll be working and then suddenly it's hours later and I don't remember what happened. I found a video on my phone today. I don't remember recording it. It's 47 minutes of me just sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, not moving, just sitting there. I watched the whole thing. I never blinked. Not once in 47 minutes. I checked my phone. I found the video. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch myself sitting there like that. The detectives are trying to warn me. The 3 a.m. alarms, that's when they come into my apartment. That's when I'm most vulnerable, in the deepest part of sleep. The detectors can sense them, even if they can't detect carbon monoxide. They're sensing something else. No, that was crazy. That didn't make any sense. But what did make sense? Detectors going off with no power. Detectors going off with no gas present. Photos of me that I didn't take. A journal I didn't write. The police arrived around 4:30 a.m. 2 officers. I showed them everything. The detectives, the photos, the journal. They looked at each other with expressions I couldn't read. They searched my apartment. They checked the closets, under the bed, the bathroom. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No signs that anyone had been there besides me. They asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. No, just me and the landlord. They asked if I'd been feeling okay, if I'd been stressed, if I was taking any medications. I said no. I said I was fine, but I could tell they didn't believe me. One of the officers took my laptop to look at the photos more carefully. He opened the folder. It was empty. All the photos were gone, deleted in the last 10 minutes, according to the file properties. "Is this some kind of prank?" he asked. "No, I swear they were just there. Hundreds of photos." They looked at each other again. The other officer found my journal document still open in Word. He started reading it out loud. But it wasn't the same. The entries were different now. Normal entries about normal things. Nothing about being watched or losing time. Nothing about photos. "This seems like a pretty standard journal," he said. "That's not what it said before. It was talking about someone being in my apartment." They asked if I'd been drinking or using drugs. I said no. They asked if I'd considered talking to someone, maybe a therapist. They gave me a card for a crisis hotline. They left around 5 a.m. They said to call if anything else happened, but I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After they left, I checked my laptop again. The journal was still open. I read through it again, just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It was different. It had been changed. Someone had changed it while the police were here. I checked the folder of photos. Still empty, but the deleted files, I could recover those. I downloaded a recovery program and started scanning my hard drive. It found fragments, pieces of the photos that had been deleted. Not enough to see full images, but enough to see parts. A piece of my bedroom, a corner of my face, a timestamp showing they were taken last night. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken these photos. And then they deleted the evidence while the police were here, which meant they were either still in my apartment somewhere or they had remote access to my computer. I slammed my laptop shut. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and my keys. I left the apartment and went to my car. That's where I am now. It's 6 a.m. The sun is starting to come up. I've been sitting here trying to make sense of everything. I keep coming back to the carbon monoxide detectors. Why 3 a.m.? Why do they all go off at exactly 3 a.m. showing 0 ppm? I looked it up. 3 a.m. is called the witching hour. But that's just superstition. But it's also the time when your body is in the deepest sleep, when your REM cycle is at its peak. It's when you're most vulnerable to sleepwalking, night terrors, sleep paralysis. What if I'm doing this to myself? What if I'm sleepwalking and taking photos of myself and writing in the journal and I don't remember it? What if the carbon monoxide detectors are going off because I'm somehow triggering them in my sleep? But that doesn't explain how the detector went off with no power. That doesn't explain the photos taken from outside my window, unless I'm not sleepwalking, unless there's something else wrong with me. I called my mom. It's early, but she always wakes up at 5:30. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Honey," she said carefully, "I think you need to see a doctor." "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were crazy, but what you're describing, the memory problems, the lost time, finding things you don't remember, creating, those could be symptoms of something medical, a brain tumor or seizures or even just extreme stress. What about the detectors? What about them going off with no power?" She didn't have an answer for that. I told her I was going to get a hotel room for a few days just until I figured things out. She said that was a good idea. She asked me to promise I'd see a doctor. I promised. I'm about to drive to a hotel. But I needed to write all this down first. while I still remember it clearly, because I'm starting to worry that I'll forget again, that whatever is happening to me will make me forget, like it's made me forget before. If you're reading this and I've forgotten, here's what you need to know. 1. The carbon monoxide detectors go off at 3 a.m. every night. 2. There are photos on my computer that I didn't take. 3. There's a journal on my computer that I didn't write. 4. Someone has been in my apartment while I sleep. 5. I'm losing time and I don't know what I'm doing. During those gaps, I'm going to the hotel now. I'll update when I can. Update. 2 p.m. Same day. I checked into a hotel around 7 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. I woke up at noon feeling better, more clear-headed. I decided to look at my phone. I had a dozen texts from my landlord. The first one was from 8 a.m. Your neighbor below you called. She said your alarm has been going off all morning. Please turn it off. The rest were increasingly angry messages about the noise and threatening to enter my apartment if I didn't respond. I called him. I'm not in the apartment. I've been at a hotel since 6 a.m. Well, something is making noise in there. I'm going in. I told him to go ahead. I wanted him to check anyway to see if anyone was in there. He called me back 20 minutes later. I went in. Your carbon monoxide detectors were all going off. I unplugged them. You really need to get those checked out. They're defective. Was anyone else in the apartment? What? No, it's empty. Why would someone be in your apartment? I explained about the photos and the journal. He was silent for a long time. Look, he said finally, I don't want to overstep, but have you been feeling okay? Like mentally okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Can you just check the windows? Make sure they're all locked from the inside? He checked, all locked, no signs anyone had broken in. After we hung up, I opened my laptop. I wanted to look at the journal again to see if it had changed again. The document was gone, completely gone. Not in my recent files, not anywhere on my computer. I searched for it, nothing. I checked my browser history to see what I'd been looking at last night. The history had been cleared, all of it, wiped completely. Then I noticed my webcam light was on, the little green light that shows when the camera is active. I haven't used my webcam in months. I opened my webcam software. It was recording. It had been recording since I opened my laptop at the hotel, recording me sitting here reading, typing. I checked the saved videos folder. There were hours of footage, days of footage, videos of me in my apartment, working, sleeping, walking around. The timestamps went back weeks. My webcam had been recording me this entire time without my knowledge. I slammed the laptop shut and covered the webcam with tape. My heart was racing. Someone had accessed my computer remotely and turned on my webcam. They'd been watching me for weeks, maybe months. I called the police again. This time I told them about the webcam, about the remote access, about someone hacking my computer. They said they'd send someone from their cyber crimes unit. While I waited, I did something I should have done days ago. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment because my mom was right. Even if someone is stalking me and hacking my computer, the memory loss and lost time isn't normal. Something is wrong with me medically. The appointment is tomorrow morning. The cyber crimes detective showed up at my hotel around 3 p.m. She took my laptop to examine it. She said if someone really was accessing it remotely, they'd be able to find evidence. She asked me the same questions everyone asks. Have I been feeling stressed? Any medications? Any history of mental illness? I told her no, but I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow, just to rule things out. She said that was smart. She also said something that scared me. She said that in cases like this, where someone has access to your computer, they can also have access to your phone. They can track your location, read your messages, even listen through your microphone. I'm writing this update on a public library computer because I'm too afraid to use my phone anymore. I don't know who's watching me or why. I don't know what's real and what I'm imagining. I don't know if I'm sick or being stalked or both. All I know is that I can't go back to that apartment. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Final update. 1 week later. I'm writing this from my mom's house in Wisconsin. I left Minneapolis 4 days ago, and I'm not going back. The doctor's appointment revealed something I wasn't expecting. I have a brain tumor. It's small, benign, located in my temporal lobe. The neurologist said it's been there for a while, probably years, slowly growing. It's in a location that can cause memory problems, hallucinations, seizures, and something called confabulation, where your brain creates false memories to fill in gaps. The tumor explains a lot. The lost time, the confusion, finding things I didn't remember creating. It's possible I was doing things in a fugue state and not remembering them afterward. The cybercrimes detective called me yesterday. They analyzed my laptop. There was no evidence of remote access, no malware, no spyware, no indication that anyone had hacked into my computer. The webcam recordings were all started manually. By me. I just didn't remember doing it. The photos that I thought were of me sleeping, they analyzed the metadata, all taken by my phone, from angles consistent with me setting up the phone and taking the photos myself. The journal entries, the writing style matched samples of my other writing. It was me. I wrote all of it. I don't remember any of it, but apparently I did it all myself. The landlord checked my apartment again with police present. No signs anyone else had been there. No cameras, no listening devices, nothing. He checked the building across the street, too. The window I thought I saw a light in. That apartment has been vacant for 3 months. The carbon monoxide detectors, the landlord took them all to be tested by a professional. They're working perfectly, no defects. He installed new ones, and they haven't gone off since I left. The police think I was triggering them myself. In my fugue states, I was unplugging them, removing batteries, moving them around. That's why they seem to be going off with no power. I was the one making them go off manually and then not remembering it. 3 a.m. was probably when I was sleepwalking or having seizures related to the tumor. Everything has a rational explanation. Everything was me. I'm scheduled for surgery next month to remove the tumor. The doctors say that once it's gone, the symptoms should stop. The memory problems, the hallucinations, all of it. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. I got mail forwarded from my Minneapolis apartment yesterday. In with the bills and junk mail was a large manila envelope, no return address. Inside was a note and a USB drive. The note said, "You were right to leave. I'm sorry I scared you. I was only trying to warn you." I plugged the USB drive into my mom's laptop after she ran every security scan known to man. On the drive was a single video file. It was security camera footage from the hallway outside my apartment. time-stamped from 2 weeks ago, the night the detectors started going off. The footage shows my apartment door. For hours, nothing happens. Then at 2:55 a.m., someone walks up to my door. They're wearing dark clothes, and their face is covered. They stand outside my door for a few minutes, just standing there. Then they pull out a key and unlock my door. They go inside. They're in there for exactly 12 minutes. Then they come back out, lock the door behind them, and walk away. This happens every night for a week on the footage, always between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., always the same person, always with a key. I showed the footage to the police. They contacted my landlord. He swears only he and I have keys to that apartment. He changed the locks when I moved in. There are no other copies. But someone had a key. Someone was coming into my apartment every night, and I was so deep in tumor-induced sleep that I never woke up. The police are investigating. They're pulling more security footage from the building. They're interviewing neighbors. They think it might be a maintenance worker or previous tenant who kept a copy of the old key before the locks were changed, or maybe it's someone else entirely. The tumor surgery is in 3 weeks. After that, maybe I'll remember. Maybe my brain will work properly, and I'll be able to piece together what was real and what I imagined. But I keep thinking about that note. I was only trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About myself and what I was doing in my fugue states? About the person who was breaking into my apartment? About something else entirely? I don't know. And the scariest part is that I might never know, because even after they remove the tumor, even after my memory comes back, I'll never be sure what was real. I'll never know which parts were my sick brain creating false memories and which parts actually happened. Was there really someone in my apartment? Or did I create that memory to explain the missing time? Were the carbon monoxide detectors really going off? Or did I just think they were? Was someone watching me? Or was I watching myself and forgetting it? I can't trust my own memories anymore. I can't trust my own brain. And that's scarier than any stalker could ever be. The one thing I know for certain is this: I'm never going back to that apartment. Whatever was happening there, whether it was all in my head or whether someone really was coming into my home every night while I slept, I can't live with that uncertainty. My mom says I can stay here as long as I need to. After the surgery, I'll figure out what comes next, but right now, I'm just trying to hold on to what's real. Trying to trust that the doctors know what they're doing. Trying to believe that once the tumor is gone, I'll be myself again, if I ever really knew who that was. If you're reading this and you're experiencing anything similar, memory loss, lost time, finding things you don't remember creating, please see a doctor. Don't do what I did and let it go on for months. Get help immediately, because you might have a tumor, or you might have someone breaking into your home every night, or both, and you won't know which until it's too late. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, the night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like Ironclad Self-Storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, Night Watchman, immediate start, cash pay. I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted, and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. "It's easy," the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do your rounds every 2 hours. Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door." "What do you mean, anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. "Don't fall asleep, kid," he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row, Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. Up, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, they didn't come back out of the maze." "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. But I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. "Check the locks," a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The dead frequency of station K109. I am writing this on a typewriter because I can no longer trust anything with a screen. If you see a digital clock flicker, if your phone buzzes but no one is calling, if the radio in your car turns on by itself, run. Do not investigate. Do not try to tune it in. Just run until you find silence. My name is Elias. I was a radio enthusiast, a ham operator, the kind of guy who spent his weekends building antennas in his backyard and listening to static from across the ocean. I love the noise. I love the idea that the air around us is filled with invisible voices just waiting to be caught. I found the job on a forum for vintage electronics. A user named Signal Master posted a request for a caretaker for an old AM radio station in the Mojave Desert. Station K109, night shift engineer, maintain transmitter, log signal strength, 3,000 month, cash, isolation required. It was perfect for me. I needed the money and I wanted to get away from the city, from the noise of modern life. I drove out to the coordinates. It was miles from civilization, a small concrete building at the base of a massive rusted radio tower that stretched hundreds of feet into the desert sky. The tower hummed. You could feel it in your teeth when you got close. The previous engineer was waiting for me. He was a thin, twitchy man named Ornate. He had dark circles under his eyes and chewed his fingernails until they bled. "It's automated," Ornate said, shoving a ring of keys into my hand. "The playlist is on a loop. Old jazz, big band, stuff nobody listens to. Your job is to keep the transmitter cool. Check the gauges. If the needle goes into the red, flip the breaker. That's it." "Why do you need a person here if it's automated?" I asked. Ornate looked at the tower. "Because sometimes it drifts. The signal drifts. You have to bring it back." "Drifts to where?" He didn't answer. He got in his truck and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. I settled in. The station was a time capsule. Reel-to-reel tape decks, vacuum tube amplifiers, a smell of ozone and old dust. The only modern thing was a small mini-fridge in the corner. The first week was peaceful. I sat in the control booth, watching the VU meters bounce to the rhythm of Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman. I read books. I drank coffee. I watched the sun set over the dunes. But on the 8th night, the drift started. It was 2 a.m. The station was playing a slow, mournful trumpet solo. Suddenly, the music warped. It slowed down, the pitch dropping until it sounded like a dying cow. Woo! Then static, white noise that sounded like screaming. I looked at the frequency dial. It had moved. We were supposed to be at 1090 a.m. The needle was drifting down 1080, 1070, 1060. I grabbed the manual tuning knob. It was hot to the touch. I tried to turn it back, but it fought me. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. "Come on," I grunted, twisting hard. The static cleared, but it wasn't jazz. A voice cut through the speakers, a voice that sounded wet, gargled, like someone speaking with a throat full of water. "Is anyone listening?" I froze. This was a broadcast frequency. It shouldn't be picking up two-way traffic. I grabbed the microphone. "This is station K109. You are interrupting a broadcast. Identify yourself." Silence. Then a laugh, a dry, crackling laugh. "Elias, you have pretty eyes." I dropped the mic. It hit the desk with a thud. How did they know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here except the forum user, and I used a pseudonym online. I wrestled the tuning knob back to 1090. The jazz returned, upbeat and cheerful, mocking my fear. I checked the transmitter logs. There was no record of the interruption. According to the machine, the jazz had been playing the whole time. I told myself it was interference. A trucker with a powerful CB radio messing with me. The next night, it got worse. I was doing my rounds, checking the massive cooling fans in the transmitter room. The hum of the tower was louder tonight. It felt heavy, pressing on my chest. As I walked past the main capacitor bank, I heard tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the metal casing of the transmitter. I stopped. "Hello?" Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, intelligent. I put my ear against the warm metal. "Let us out," a chorus of whispers said. It sounded like hundreds of people whispering in unison. "It burns! The wire burns!" I jumped back. Then the lights in the room flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing orange vacuum tubes inside the transmitter. In that dim orange light, I saw shadows moving, not on the walls, inside the tubes. The vacuum tubes were glass cylinders the size of milk jugs. Inside, filaments glowed to amplify the signal. But inside tube 4, something was crawling. A black, shadowy shape, pressing its hands against the glass from the inside. It had a face of pure anguish, mouth open in a silent scream. I ran. I ran back to the control booth and locked the door. I grabbed the station phone to call the owner. "Signal, master." The line was dead. No dial tone, just the sound of wind. Then the wind stopped, and a voice spoke. "Don't leave, Elias. The broadcast is just starting." I slammed the phone down. I sat in the chair, staring at the glass window that looked out into the desert. It was pitch black outside. Then the on-air light turned on. I hadn't touched the console. The music stopped. A voice came over the studio monitors. It was my voice. "Welcome back to the midnight hour," the voice said. "Tonight, we have a special request for Elias, a song from the other side." Then a sound began to play. It wasn't music. It was the sound of digging. Shovels hitting dirt, crunch, scrape. Then the sound of wood splintering. A coffin lid breaking. Then heavy breathing. I covered my ears. "Stop it! Stop it!" I reached for the master brake to kill the power. My hand stopped inches from the switch. Pain, white-hot pain, shot through my arm. I looked down. My veins. The veins in my arm were glowing orange, like the vacuum tubes. I could feel the electricity surging through me. I was becoming part of the circuit. "Do not cut the signal," my own voice said through the speakers. "We need the carrier wave. We need to travel." I fell to the floor, convulsing. The pain was unbearable. I could feel voices in my head, memories that weren't mine. I remembered dying in a fire. I remembered drowning in a lake. I remembered being buried alive. They were the voices of the dead, and they were using the radio tower as a bridge. I blacked out. I woke up the next morning on the floor. The sun was shining. The jazz was playing. My arm was burned, a Lichtenberg figure scar tracing down my skin like a lightning strike. I packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care about the money. I walked to my car. It wouldn't start. The battery was dead, completely drained. I checked my phone. Dead. I was stranded. I walked back to the station. I had to fix the car or find a radio to call for help. I went to the workshop in the back. I found a spare battery. As I was carrying it to the car, I looked up at the tower. There was something climbing it. A man. He was halfway up, clinging to the metal struts. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get down! It's dangerous!" He stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees like an owl. It was ornate, the previous engineer, but his eyes were gone, burned out sockets, and his mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He let go of the tower. He fell hundreds of feet. I watched him hit the ground. Thud. I ran over to him. His body shattered on impact, but there was no blood. He was hollow. His skin was just a shell. Inside, he was filled with old radio parts. Transistors, wires, capacitors. He was a machine made of meat and junk. And he was still moving. His broken hand reached up and grabbed my ankle. A voice came from his chest, sounding like a broken speaker. "You are the new component. You must maintain the signal." I kicked him off and ran. I ran into the desert. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I walked for hours. The sun beat down on me. I was dehydrated, delirious. I saw a house in the distance, a small shack. I ran to it. "Help, please!" I burst through the door. It was the control room. I was back at the station. I had walked in a circle. No, I had walked straight. The space around the tower was warped. It was a loop. I collapsed in the chair. The sun went down. The on-air light turned on. "Welcome back, Elias," the voice said. "Tonight, we are going to open the channel wide." The frequency dial began to spin on its own. Fast. A blur. The hum of the tower grew to a deafening roar. The glass of the control booth window shattered. Outside, in the desert, the sand began to vibrate. Shadows rose from the dunes, thousands of them. The ghosts of the airwaves, they floated toward the station. I knew what they wanted. They wanted a body. They wanted my body. I looked at the console. I couldn't turn it off. They controlled the power. But I saw the microphone cable. It was an XLR cable, thick and shielded. If I couldn't stop the signal, I had to stop the receiver. I grabbed the cable. I wrapped it around the main output transformer. I grounded the positive lead to the negative. A short circuit. I pulled tight. Boom! The console exploded. Sparks showered the room. Fire erupted from the tape decks. The screaming from the speakers turned into a high-pitched shriek of agony. No! The tower outside groaned. Metal twisted. I ran out the back door as the building caught fire. The tower was glowing red hot. The metal was melting. It collapsed. It fell in slow motion, crashing into the dunes with the force of a meteor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. I walked again. This time, the loop was broken. I found a highway by morning. I hitched a ride to the nearest town. I thought I was free, but I am not. I am writing this in a library. The person next to me is listening to music on headphones. I can hear it. Not the music. I can hear the static underneath the music. And in the static, I hear my name, Elias. We are still broadcasting. And my arm, the scar on my arm, is glowing, faintly, orange. I am a receiver now. I can't be around people. If I touch someone, they hear it too. They start to scream. They start to remember deaths they haven't died yet. I am going to the mountains, to a cave, somewhere deep underground where radio waves can't reach. If you hear a song on the radio that slows down, if you hear a voice that sounds like wet gravel, change the station, change it fast, before it changes you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The night shift at Riverside Storage. I took the job because I needed money and because nobody else wanted to work alone at a storage facility in the middle of nowhere from midnight to 8 in the morning. The pay was almost double what other security jobs offered, which should have been my first warning sign. Good money usually means there's a catch. The interview was conducted over the phone by a man named Gerald Moss, who owned Riverside Storage. He sounded tired, like someone who hadn't slept well in years, and he asked me exactly 3 questions. Could I handle being alone for 8 hours? Was I comfortable with minimal cell phone service? Did I have any conditions that might cause me to abandon my post during a shift? When I answered yes, yes, and no, he told me I was hired and to show up Saturday night at 11:45 p.m. for training. Riverside Storage sat on 20 acres of land about 15 miles outside of town, nestled in a valley where the Riverside River cut through before continuing south. The facility itself consisted of 12 long buildings arranged in 2 rows, each building containing about 40 units of various sizes. There was a small office near the entrance with a gate that was supposed to be kept closed at all times, and beyond the office, a gravel road wound between the buildings before ending in a loop at the far end of the property where the river was closest. I arrived 15 minutes early that first night, pulling up to find Gerald Moss waiting outside the office. He was in his 60s, heavy-set, with gray hair and deep shadows under his eyes that looked like bruises. He shook my hand without smiling and gestured for me to follow him into the office. The space was small and cramped, with a desk, a chair, a coffee maker, and a wall of monitors showing camera feeds from around the property. Most of the screens showed empty corridors between storage units, illuminated by fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow cast. A few cameras pointed at the parking area, the gate, and the perimeter fence. Gerald walked me through the basics quickly, his voice monotone, as if he'd given this speech 100 times before. My job was simple. Stay in the office, monitor the cameras, patrol the grounds twice per shift at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., and call the police if I saw anything suspicious. The gate would be locked, so no one should be coming or going during my shift. If someone did show up claiming to need access to their unit, I was to tell them to come back during business hours. No exceptions. "What about emergencies?" I asked. "There won't be any emergencies," he said flatly. "And if there are, you call 911 first, then you call me. You don't handle it yourself. You don't leave the office except for your patrols. You understand?" "Sure. Seems straightforward enough." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and something in his expression made me uncomfortable. "There are some other rules. Important ones. You need to follow them exactly." He handed me a laminated card with a list typed on it. I read through it quickly. 1. During your 2 a.m. patrol, stay out of Building 7. The lock on Unit 7 to 13 is broken, and the door may swing open. Do not go inside under any circumstances. 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. No one should be on the property. 3. The camera for Building 9, rear corridor, has been malfunctioning. If you see movement on that feed, it's a glitch. Do not investigate. 4. If the lights in Building 3 go out during your shift, flip breaker number 7 in the box outside the office. Do not enter Building 3 while the lights are out. 5. You may hear sounds coming from the direction of the river. This is normal. Stay away from the riverbank. 6. If you see someone on the cameras who appears to be a child, call me immediately. Do not approach them. I looked up from the card. These rules are pretty specific. What's this about a child? "Just follow the rules," Gerald said. "Every rule is there for a reason. The last guard didn't follow them, and we had to let him go." "What did he do?" "Doesn't matter. He's gone. You're here now." He grabbed a jacket from the back of the chair and headed for the door. "You have my number. Don't call unless it's an emergency. And remember, stay in the office except for patrols and follow the rules." He left before I could ask anything else, and I heard his truck start up and drive away, leaving me alone with the hum of the fluorescent lights and the quiet static from the monitors. For the first hour, nothing happened. I sat at the desk, scrolling through my phone, even though the signal was weak, and occasionally glancing at the monitors. The camera feeds were boring, just empty hallways and closed metal doors, all of it unchanging. The only movement was from a few moths flying around the exterior lights. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard the first knock. It was distinct. 3 sharp raps on the office door. I looked up from my phone, startled, and stared at the door. The camera feed showing the area outside the office was clear. There was no one there. I stood up and walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle, when I remembered the card. Rule 2. If you hear knocking on the office door after 1 a.m., do not answer it. Another knock. 3 more raps, harder this time, more insistent. I looked at the monitor again. Still nothing. The parking area was empty except for my car, and the camera showed the entire space in front of the office. Whoever was knocking should have been visible. The knocking came a third time, and now I could hear something else underneath it. A sound like fingernails scraping against the metal door, slow and deliberate. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped away from the door and returned to the desk, forcing myself to look at the other monitors, to focus on anything else. The scraping continued for another minute, then stopped abruptly. When I checked the exterior camera again, there was still nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind, or an animal, or something falling against the door. But the sound had been too rhythmic, too purposeful. Someone had been knocking, or something had been knocking. At 2 a.m., my phone alarm went off, reminding me it was time for the first patrol. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the desk and a ring of keys Gerald had left, then stepped outside into the cool night air. The facility was quiet except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of the overhead lights. I locked the office door behind me and started walking. The patrol route was simple. Walk down the main road between the 2 rows of buildings, checking that all the unit doors were secure, then loop around at the far end and come back. Gerald said it should take about 30 minutes. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on each door as I passed. Most of them were standard roll-up doors painted orange, secured with padlocks of various sizes. Some units had additional locks, and a few had security stickers warning about alarms, though I suspected most of those were bluffs. The buildings were labeled with large numbers, 1 through 6 on the left side, 7 through 12 on the right. When I reached Building 7, I remembered the rule: stay out, especially Unit 7 to 13. I stayed on the opposite side of the road and kept walking, but I couldn't help glancing at the building as I passed. The lights inside the corridor were on, and through the gaps in the metal siding, I could see the row of unit doors stretching into the distance. One of them, I couldn't tell which, was standing slightly ajar. I kept walking. Not my problem. I wasn't supposed to go in there anyway. The far end of the facility was darker, the lights more spread out, and I could hear the river more clearly now, the sound of water moving over rocks, steady and eternal. There was a fence separating the property from the riverbank, but it was old and had gaps in places where the posts had rotted. I stayed on the road, following the loop back toward the office. That's when I saw the figure. It was standing between buildings 10 and 11, just at the edge of the light, facing away from me. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who'd somehow gotten onto the property, but something about the way it stood was wrong. Too still, too rigid. "Hey!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "The facility is closed. You need to leave." The figure didn't move, didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I started walking toward it, my hand tightening around the flashlight. As I got closer, I could see more details. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and wearing what looked like a long coat or cloak. But I still couldn't see any features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark building behind it. I was about 20 feet away when it moved. Not walked. Moved. One moment it was standing there, and the next it was gone, as if it had simply ceased to exist. I stopped in my tracks, my heart hammering, and swept my flashlight across the area. Nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no sound of running, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to decide what to do. Then I turned around and walked back to the office as quickly as I could without running, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. Back in the office, I checked the monitors. I rewound the feed from the camera that should have covered the area between buildings 10 and 11, watching the time stamp roll back to when I'd been on patrol. I could see myself on the screen walking down the road, stopping, pointing my flashlight. But the area where the figure had been standing was empty. The camera had captured nothing but shadows. I called Gerald. He answered on the fourth ring, his voice groggy. "What?" "I saw someone on the property, between buildings 10 and 11. When I approached, they disappeared." There was a long silence. Then, "Did you check the cameras?" "Yes. Nothing showed up on the feed." Another pause. "Then it wasn't someone. Go back to your desk. Follow the rules. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up before I could respond. I wanted to leave right then, walk out, get in my car, and never come back. But I needed this job. I needed the money. And Gerald had said it so matter-of-factly, then it wasn't someone. As if seeing things that didn't show up on camera was perfectly normal. The rest of the shift until 5 a.m. passed slowly. I kept watching the monitors, particularly the feeds from the back of the property, but I didn't see the figure again. The knocking didn't return. Everything was quiet. At 5 a.m., I forced myself to go on the second patrol. This time, I walked faster, keeping to the center of the road, not looking too closely at the shadows between buildings. When I reached the far end of the property, I didn't linger. I turned around and headed straight back to the office. I made it through that first night. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m. to relieve me, he looked at me with those tired, bruised eyes and asked, "Any problems?" "I saw something, someone, but it didn't show up on the cameras." "Did you follow the rules?" "Yes." "Then there weren't any problems." He handed me an envelope with cash. He paid under the table, which should have been another warning sign, but I was too tired to care. "See you tomorrow night." I drove home as the sun came up, trying to convince myself that I'd been seeing things, that working alone in the dark had played tricks on my mind, that there was a rational explanation for everything. I almost believed it. The second night started the same way. I arrived at 11:45. Gerald gave me a brief nod, and I took my place at the desk. The first few hours were uneventful. I'd brought a book this time, something to keep my mind occupied. But I found it hard to focus. I kept glancing at the monitors, waiting for something to appear. The knocking came again at 1:30 a.m., right on schedule. 3 sharp raps, followed by that scraping sound. I didn't go to the door. I didn't even look at the exterior camera. I just sat at the desk and waited for it to stop. During my 2 a.m. patrol, I stayed away from Building 7 like I was supposed to. But as I passed it on the opposite side of the road, I noticed something different. The door that had been ajar the night before, Unit 7 to 13, was now fully open, and there were lights on inside the unit, even though all the other units were dark. I stopped walking and stared at it. The light spilling out of the unit was wrong, not the yellow fluorescent glow from the corridor lights, but something colder, bluer, and I could hear something coming from inside, A sound like machinery running, rhythmic and mechanical, accompanied by something that might have been voices. I stood there for a full minute, fighting the urge to cross the road and look inside. The rule said not to go in. Gerald's voice in my head. Follow the rules. I kept walking. The figure was back that night, too, in the same spot as before. This time, I didn't approach it. I just kept walking, not looking directly at it, pretending I hadn't seen it. When I checked over my shoulder a few seconds later, it was gone. This became my routine. Night after night, the same things happened. Knocking at 1:30 a.m., the open unit in Building 7 with its strange light and sounds, the figure standing between Buildings 10 and 11, and every night I followed the rules. I didn't answer the door. I didn't enter Building 7. I didn't approach the figure, but other things started happening too, small things at first. On my fourth night, I found wet footprints in the office when I arrived, even though it hadn't rained. They led from the door to the desk, then just stopped, as if whoever made them had simply vanished mid-step. The footprints were small, child-sized. On my sixth night, the camera feed for Building 9 came alive. I watched as something moved through the rear corridor, visible only as a distortion in the image, like heat, shimmer. It moved down the hallway, stopping at each unit door as if checking them, before disappearing off screen. The rules said it was a glitch, but glitches don't move with such obvious purpose. On my eighth night, I heard singing. It came from the direction of the river, faint but clear, a child's voice singing a song I didn't recognize. The melody was simple and repetitive, almost hypnotic, and underneath it, I could hear other voices joining in, harmonizing in ways that made my skin crawl. I remembered rule number 5. Sounds from the river were normal. Stay away from the riverbank. I stayed in the office, but the singing continued for over an hour, never getting louder or softer, just constant. On my 10th night, I broke a rule. It happened during my 2 a.m. patrol. I was walking past Building 7 as usual when I heard something that made me stop. It was a voice, clear and distinct, coming from Unit 713. "Help me. Please, someone help me." It sounded human, genuinely distressed, and before I could think about what I was doing, I was crossing the road and entering Building 7. The corridor was exactly like all the others. Concrete floor, metal walls, fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled like motor oil and dust. Unit 7 to 13 was halfway down on the left side. Its door rolled up completely, revealing a space about 10 feet deep and 8 feet wide. The blue light was coming from inside, though I couldn't see the source, and the sound I'd been hearing, the mechanical rhythm, was louder now, almost deafening. But there was no machinery visible, just empty space and concrete walls. "Hello?" I called out, standing in the doorway. "Is someone in here?" The voice came again from deep inside the unit. "Help me, I'm stuck, please." I stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me with a metal shriek that echoed through the building. I spun around and grabbed the door, trying to pull it back up, but it wouldn't budge. It felt like it was locked from the outside, though that should have been impossible. I turned back to the interior of the unit, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The blue light was brighter now, and I could finally see its source. There was something in the corner of the unit, something that looked like a tear in reality itself. A vertical gash, about 6 feet tall, that pulsed with that cold blue light. And through the tear, I could see movement, shapes and shadows that didn't make sense, geometries that hurt to look at. "Help me," the voice said again, but now I could tell it wasn't coming from inside the unit. It was coming from the tear, from whatever was on the other side. The mechanical sound grew louder, and I realized it wasn't machinery at all. It was breathing, massive, rhythmic breathing, like something enormous, inhaling and exhaling. And beneath that, I could hear other sounds, whispers, screams, laughter, all layered on top of each other until they became a wall of noise that threatened to overwhelm my thoughts. Something moved in the tear, a shape that was almost human, but wrong in every proportion, with too many joints and limbs that bent in impossible directions. It pressed against the opening, like someone pushing against plastic wrap, and the blue light flickered. I backed up against the metal door, pulling on it desperately, and this time it rolled up about a foot, just enough for me to drop to my stomach and squeeze underneath. I scrambled out into the corridor, and the door slammed shut again behind me. I ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in the office with the door locked and every light on. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to call Gerald. He answered immediately, as if he'd been waiting for my call. "You went into Unit 7 to 13. It wasn't a question. How did you know?" "The door only closes when someone goes inside. What did you see?" I told him everything, the blue light, the tear, the thing moving on the other side. He listened in silence, and when I finished, he sighed heavily. "The unit has been like that for 6 years. We can't close it, can't rent it, can't even seal the building. Whatever is on the other side, it's trying to come through. As long as no one goes inside, it stays contained. But when someone crosses the threshold, it gets stronger. The opening gets wider." "Why didn't you tell me this? Why is this place even open?" "Because people need storage space, and I need to make a living. And because as long as someone is here at night, following the rules, keeping watch, the thing in 7 to 13 stays in 7 to 13. The alternative is closing the facility and letting whatever is trying to come through unopposed. That's insane. You're using your night guards as some kind of prison wardens for an interdimensional horror? I'm paying you extremely well to sit in an office and occasionally walk around a storage facility. That's what you signed up for. The rest is just details. I could report this, call the police, call the news, tell everyone what's happening here. You could, but who would believe you? And what evidence do you have? The cameras don't show anything unusual. There are no bodies, no crimes, no proof. Just a man making claims about things that can't be verified. You'd lose your job and gain nothing." He was right, and I hated that he was right. What happens if I quit? Then I'll hire someone else, someone who will probably be less careful than you, less likely to follow the rules, someone who will make more mistakes and make whatever is in that unit even stronger. Is that what you want? I didn't answer. He took my silence as acceptance. "Finish your shift. Follow the rules. Don't go into Building 7 again. I'll see you in the morning." He hung up. I sat at the desk for the rest of the night, watching the monitors with new understanding. The figure between Buildings 10 and 11 wasn't a person. The knocking on the door wasn't human. The singing from the river wasn't children playing. Everything I'd been seeing, every rule I'd been given, it was all connected to what was in Unit 7 to 13. The facility wasn't just a storage space. It was a containment site, and I was the warden. I made it through that shift, and the next, and the next. I kept following the rules because I didn't know what else to do. I needed the money, and Gerald was right that no one would believe me if I told them what was really happening here. But things got worse. On my 15th night, I found scratch marks on the inside of the office door, long, deep gouges in the metal that definitely hadn't been there before. Whatever had been knocking was getting more aggressive. On my 18th night, the camera feed for Building 9 showed a figure walking through the corridor. Not the shimmer I'd seen before, but a solid form, human-shaped but moving in a way that was fundamentally wrong. Joints bending backward, limbs extending too far. It walked from one end of the building to the other, then turned and walked back, over and over, like it was pacing. On my 21st night, I heard children laughing during my 2 a.m. patrol. The sound was coming from inside one of the units in Building 3, even though all the units were supposed to be locked and I was alone on the property. I checked the unit number, 327, and made a note to tell Gerald about it. But when I mentioned it to him in the morning, he just nodded tiredly and said, "Add it to the list of rules for the next guard." I started to understand that Riverside storage wasn't one anomaly. It was full of them. Unit 7 to 13 was just the worst, the most dangerous. But there were others. Things were leaking through, or had leaked through, or had always been here. The facility was a thin place where the boundaries between whatever was normal and whatever was other had worn away. On my 28th night, I met the previous guard. I was doing my 5 a.m. patrol when I saw him, a young guy, maybe 25, standing near Building 11 and looking confused. He was wearing the same security uniform Gerald had given me, and he was translucent, like fog. "Are you the new guard?" he asked when he saw me. His voice sounded distant, echoing slightly. "Yeah, I guess so." "You need to leave. This place isn't safe." "What happened to you?" He looked down at his hands, seeming surprised to see through them. "I broke the rules. I thought I could help. There was a kid, at least I thought it was a kid. I saw him on the cameras wandering around near the river. Rule number 6 said to call Gerald if I saw a child, but I thought there wasn't time. I thought the kid might fall in the river or get hurt. So I went to get him." "What happened?" "He led me to the water. When I got close, I realized he wasn't a child. I don't know what he was. He looked like a child, sounded like a child, but when he smiled at me, I could see that his mouth went too far back, all the way to his ears. And then he pushed me. I don't remember hitting the water. I just remember sinking and sinking, and the river was so much deeper than it should have been. I could see things in the depths, structures, cities, things that shouldn't exist. And when I tried to swim up, the surface just kept getting farther away." "Did you drown?" "I think so. I don't remember. Next thing I knew, I was standing on the bank watching them pull my body out of the water. Gerald was there. He didn't look surprised. He just made a phone call, and some people came and took my body away. Then Gerald hired a new guard, and then another and another. You're the 4th since I died." "What happened to the other 3? The ghost shook his head. They broke rules, different rules. There's something in Building 3 that got one of them. Something in Building 9 got another. The third one just disappeared. His car was still in the parking lot in the morning, but he was gone. Why are you still here? I don't know. I can't leave. I've tried. Something keeps pulling me back to the facility. He looked toward the river, and his expression was haunted. Sometimes I can still feel the water. I can still feel myself sinking. And sometimes I see that child on the bank, smiling, waiting for the next person who will try to save him. He started to fade, becoming more transparent. Follow the rules. Don't try to help. Don't try to understand. Just do your job and leave when your shift is over. Don't end up like me. Then he was gone. I stood there in the growing dawn light, shaking. 4 guards in 6 years. And Gerald just kept hiring new ones, kept feeding people into this place, all to maintain whatever containment was, keeping the things here from spreading. When Gerald arrived at 8 a.m., I confronted him. The last guard died here. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have taken the job if I had? No. Exactly. Look, people die. It's tragic, but it happens. He didn't follow the rules. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep hiring people and not telling them what they're walking into. Then quit. Walk away. I'll have a new guard here tomorrow night. Someone who needs the money badly enough not to ask questions. And maybe they'll be more careful than you, or maybe they won't. And in 6 months, I'll be having this same conversation with guard number 5. He looked at me with those tired eyes. The world is full of thin places, son. Spots where reality is weak, where other things can push through. This facility just happens to sit on one. Someone has to watch it. Someone has to follow the rules and keep things contained. It might as well be someone I'm paying. It might as well be you. I should have quit. I should have walked out right then. But he was right about one thing. I needed the money. And I've made it a month already. I knew the rules. I knew what to avoid. I could do this. I kept working. On my 35th night, the lights in Building 3 went out during my shift. I remembered a rule. Flip breaker, burst 7. Do not enter while the lights are out. I went to the breaker box outside the office and found breaker number 7. When I flipped it, I heard something scream inside Building 3, a sound of pure rage that made every hair on my body stand up. The lights came back on and the screaming stopped. I didn't want to know what was in Building 3. I didn't want to know what would happen if someone entered while the lights were out. I just wanted to finish my shift and go home. On my 42nd night, I saw the child. He was standing near the river just on the other side of the fence, exactly where the previous guard had described. He looked maybe 8 years old, wearing clothes that were too big for him, and he was crying. Not fake crying, real gut-wrenching sobs that pulled at something deep in my chest. I picked up the phone to call Gerald, following rule number 6. But before I could dial, the child looked up at me. His face was dirty and tear-streaked, and his eyes were wide and terrified. "Please help me," he called out. "I'm lost. I can't find my mom." My finger hovered over Gerald's number. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to help this kid, to go to him, to do something. He looked so real, so genuinely scared. Then he smiled, just a little upturn of the lips, and I saw what the previous guard had seen. The smile extended too far, cutting across his face in a way that was fundamentally wrong. I dialed Gerald's number. He answered immediately. "There's a child by the river. Stay in the office. Don't go outside. I'm on my way." "What is it?" "Something that looks like what you expect to see. Something that knows exactly what bait to use. Stay inside." I watched through the office window as the child stood by the fence, no longer crying, just staring at the office with that too wide smile. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Gerald arrived 20 minutes later. He didn't come to the office first. Instead, he walked directly toward the river, carrying something I couldn't make out in the darkness. When he reached the fence, the child turned to look at him. I couldn't hear what Gerald said, but I saw him throw something over the fence. Whatever it was hit the ground near the child, and suddenly the air around the boy seemed to shimmer and distort. For just a moment I saw what he really was. Something tall and thin with too many limbs. Something that wore the shape of a child like a costume. Then it was gone, disappeared back toward the river, and Gerald walked back to the office. "Salt and iron," he explained when he came inside. "The old remedies still work on some of them. He'll be back tomorrow night or the next night. They always come back. But he won't approach the fence again for a while." "How many are there? How many things are on this property?" Gerald sat down heavily in the chair. "I stopped counting years ago. The facility is built on a convergence point, a place where the barriers are thin. Things leak through. Most of them are contained, bound to specific locations. Building 7, Building 3, the river, Building 9, as long as no one interferes with them, as long as the rules are followed, they stay in their spaces. It's when people break the rules that things get dangerous." "Why don't you just shut the place down? Lock the gates and walk away?" "Because it wouldn't matter. The things here aren't bound to the buildings. They're bound to the location. If the facility closes, they'll still be here. But there won't be anyone watching them. No one to stop curious kids or homeless people from wandering in. The rules exist because they work. The night guard exists because someone has to enforce the rules. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best one I have." I looked at him and saw the weight he was carrying, the exhaustion of maintaining this impossible situation year after year. "How long have you been doing this?" 30 years. My father did it before me, and his father before him. Our family has owned this land since before the storage facility existed. We've always known it was a thin place. The facility is just the latest attempt to manage it, to create structure and rules around something that defies structure and rules. You could sell the land. To who? And what would I tell them? No, this is my responsibility, and by extension, it's yours, as long as you work here. He left me alone with that thought, and I finished my shift in silence. I'm in my 3rd month now, and I've settled into the routine. I know all the rules. I know all the dangers. I know the thing in Unit 7 to 13 is trying to come through, that something in Building 3 waits in the darkness, that the shape near Building 11 is watching me on every patrol, that the child by the river will never stop trying to lure someone into the water. But I've also learned new things. The knocking on the door always comes in sets of 3, and if I knock back 3 times, it stops for the night. The wet footprints in the office appear every time it rains, and they always lead to the desk and stop, as if something sits there invisible, watching me work. The singing from the river follows a pattern. It starts at 3:15 a.m. and lasts exactly 1 hour. And if I play music loudly enough, I can almost cover it up. Last week, Gerald told me he's getting old, that his heart isn't what it used to be. He asked me if I'd consider taking over the facility when he retires, becoming the next keeper of this place. The pay would be substantial, he said, and I'd be helping protect people from things they don't understand. I haven't given him an answer yet. Tonight is my 73rd shift. I'm sitting in the office at 1:25 a.m. waiting for the knocking to start. The monitors show the usual camera feeds, empty corridors, closed doors, shadows that sometimes move in ways that shadows shouldn't. The coffee is brewing. The flashlight is charged for my 2 a.m. patrol. Everything is ready. The truth is, I've gotten used to this. The fear that gripped me those first few weeks has faded into something more like wary acceptance. This is my job. I watch over the thin places. I follow the rules. I keep things contained. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patrols, I wonder if this is all there is. If the whole world is full of places like this, thin spots where reality wears through, where other things press against the boundaries of our existence. If every night shift guard, every security worker, every person who watches over empty buildings in the dark is really doing what I'm doing, keeping vigil over horrors that most people will never see. The knocking starts. 3 sharp raps on the metal door. I wait exactly 5 seconds, then knock back 3 times. The scraping begins, continues for 30 seconds, then stops. The nightly ritual completed, I check the monitors. Building 7 shows Unit 7 to 13 with its door open and blue light spilling out. Building 3's lights are on. The figure is standing between Buildings 10 and 11. The child is visible on the riverbank, waiting. Everything is where it should be. My phone alarm goes off. 2 a.m. Time for patrol. I grab the flashlight and keys and head for the door. Outside, the night is cool and quiet, except for the distant sound of the river and the buzz of fluorescent lights. I start walking down the main road, checking unit doors, following my route. When I pass Building 7, I don't look at Unit 7 to 13. When I reach the far end of the property, I don't look at the child by the river. When I walk between Buildings 10 and 11, I feel the figure's eyes on me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a night watchman at a remote hospice. The patients haven't moved in years, but their shadows do. The advertisement was taped to the window of a laundromat in a town that barely registered on Google Maps. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, curled at the edges, written in the frantic, jagged loops of an old typewriter. Night caretaker, needed, St. Jude's Palliative Care Center. No medical experience required. $500 per night. Cash. $500 a night for a college dropout drowning in student loans and driving a Honda Civic that sounded like it was gargling gravel. That kind of money wasn't just appealing. It was a lifeline. I didn't question why the pay was so high for a job that required 0 skills. I didn't question why a hospice was hiring via a laundromat flyer. Desperation has a way of putting blinders on a man. I called the number. A woman answered on the first ring. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping over concrete. She didn't ask for my name, my references, or my background. She just asked if I could stay awake from sundown to sunup. When I said yes, she gave me an address and told me to be there by 8 p.m. sharp. The drive took 2 hours. I left the interstate and turned onto a state highway, then a county road, and finally a gravel track that wound its way up into the dense, suffocating pine forests of the Cascades. The trees were tall here, ancient things that blotted out the twilight, creating a tunnel of shadows that seemed to swallow my headlights. The deeper I drove, the heavier the air felt. My ears popped. The radio static grew louder until it drowned out the music, forcing me to drive in silence. St. Jude's wasn't a hospital. It was a manor house, a Victorian monstrosity of dark wood and stone perched on a cliff edge overlooking a valley of black mist. It had turrets and gables and windows that looked like heavy-lidded eyes. The ivy climbing the walls was dead, a brown, skeletal web choking the masonry. I parked my car in the gravel circle. The engine sputtered and died before I even turned the key. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a heavy ringing silence that felt pressurized. The front door opened before I reached the steps. A woman stood there. She was impossibly tall, wearing a stiff gray nurse's uniform that looked like it belonged in the 1950s. Her hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it pulled the skin of her face taut, giving her a permanent, skull-like grin. "You're late," she said. Her lips didn't seem to move enough to form the words. "It's 7:58, I said, checking my watch. "Time flows differently at altitude," she replied cryptically. She stepped aside. "Come in. Do not let the heat out." I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me instantly. It wasn't the smell of a hospital, no antiseptic or bleach. It smelled of lavender, heavy and cloying, masking something underneath. Something sweet and rotten, like spoiled meat, buried under a bouquet of flowers. The air was stiflingly hot. The radiator pipes running along the walls hissed and clanked rhythmically. "I am Matron Halloway," she said, locking the heavy oak door behind me. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot. "You are here to watch the third floor, the west wing." "Just the third floor?" I asked. "The other floors are dormant," she said. She didn't elaborate. She handed me a heavy iron ring with 3 keys. "The brass key opens a stairwell. The silver key opens a supply closet. The black key—" "You must never use the black key. It is for the basement. There is nothing in the basement that concerns you. Do you understand?" "Yes," I lied. I was already curious. "Your duties are simple," she continued, leading me up a grand staircase where the carpet was worn threadbare in a distinct path up the center. "Walk the hall, check the doors, ensure the residents remain in their beds. If the boiler acts up, bleed the radiator in the hallway, not the rooms. And most importantly—" She stopped on the landing, turning to face me. Her eyes were a milky pale blue. "Do not speak to them. No matter what you hear, no matter what they say, do not engage." "They talk?" I asked. "I thought this was palliative care, end of life." "They dream," she whispered, "and their dreams are contagious." We reached the third floor. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with dark wood paneling. The floor was covered in a runner rug with a complex, dizzying geometric pattern. There were 12 doors, 6 on each side. "I will return at dawn," Matron Halloway said. "There is a thermos of coffee in the nurse's station. Do not sleep. If you sleep, you may not wake up as yourself." With that cheerful piece of advice, she turned and descended the stairs. I listened to her footsteps fade, click, 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 until the heavy door at the bottom of the stairwell slammed shut. I was alone. I went to the nurse's station, a small alcove halfway down. The hall. It was dusty. The computer was an ancient CRT monitor that hummed with a high-pitched whine. On the desk was a ledger. I opened it. It was a logbook. The names of the patients were written in elegant script. Room 301, Mr. Blackwood. Room 302, Mrs. Gable. Room 303, the twins. Room 304, unknown. Unknown? How could a patient be unknown? I decided to do my first round. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I walked to room 301. The door was heavy oak, no window. I turned the handle slowly and peered inside. The room was lit only by the moonlight filtering through the heavy velvet drapes. In the center was a hospital bed. Lying in it was a figure. Mr. Blackwood was ancient. His skin was like parchment paper stretched over a bundle of twigs. He was impossibly thin. His mouth was open, a black cavern in his face. He wasn't connected to any machines, no heart monitor, no IV drip. He was perfectly still. I watched his chest. It didn't rise. It didn't fall. I stepped closer. "Mr. Blackwood?" I whispered, breaking the rule immediately. Nothing. I leaned in to check for breath. The air around him was freezing cold despite the stifling heat of the hallway. Then I saw his eyes. They were open, staring at the ceiling, but they weren't human eyes. They were flat, matte black, like a shark's, and they were dry. I backed out of the room and shut the door. My heart was hammering. He looked dead. He looked like he had been dead for weeks. I checked room 302. Mrs. Gable. Same thing. Withered, motionless, no machines, staring at the ceiling with those dead black eyes. I went through every room. 12 rooms, 12 corpses, or things that looked like corpses. None of them breathed. None of them moved. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down. My hands were shaking. I poured a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was lukewarm and tasted bitter like ash. I looked at the time. 10:15 p.m., 8 hours to go. "It's just a storage facility," I muttered to myself, trying to rationalize it. They're dead, and the matron is just keeping them here until what? Funerals? At 11 p.m., the sounds started. It began as a scratching noise, like rats in the walls. I tried to ignore it. Old houses have rats. But then the scratching changed. It became rhythmic. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It was coming from the floorboards, directly beneath my feet. I moved my chair back. The scratching followed me. Then a thud, loud and wet, coming from room 306. I grabbed a heavy flashlight I'd brought from my car. I walked down the hall to room 306. The nameplate said, Captain Miller. I stood outside the door. Silence. Then another thud, like a side of beef being dropped on the floor. I threw the door open and shone the light inside. Captain Miller was in his bed. He hadn't moved. He was still staring at the ceiling with those shark eyes. But the bed had moved. When I checked earlier, the bed was in the center of the room. Now it was pushed up against the far wall under the window. I scanned the floor. There were drag marks in the dust. But they didn't lead to the bed. They led from the bed to the door, and then back again, as if he had gotten up, walked to the door to listen to me, and then scrambled back into bed when I approached. "I know you're awake," I said, my voice trembling. The corpse of Captain Miller didn't blink, but slowly the corners of his mouth twitched, a dry crackling sound like tearing paper. He smiled. It was a wide, impossible smile that revealed gums black with rot. I slammed the door and backed away. I locked it from the outside, using the master key on the ring. I retreated to the nurse's station. I pulled the ledger toward me. I needed to know who these people were. I flipped back through the pages. The dates went back. November 2023, October 2023, September 1994, August 1952, July 1921. I stopped. The handwriting was the same names. Mr. Blackwood, Mrs. Gable, Captain Miller. They had been checked in decades ago. These people weren't dying. They were persisting. At midnight, the temperature dropped. The radiator pipes groaned and fell silent. The oppressive heat vanished, replaced by a bone-deep chill that made my breath fog in the air, and the shadows detached. I was watching the hallway. The only light came from the small lamp on my desk. It cast long shadows from the doorframes across the patterned rug. I watched as the shadow of room 304's doorframe stretched. It grew longer. It bent in the middle, forming a knee, then a torso, then a head. The shadow pulled itself free from the wood and stood up in the middle of the hallway. It was two-dimensional, a silhouette cut from the darkness, but it had presence. It blocked the view of the far end of the hall, then another shadow detached from room 308, and another from 310. They stood in the hallway, silent, faceless, turning their flat heads toward me. I froze. I remembered the matron's rule, do not speak to them. The shadow from room 304 began to glide toward me. It didn't walk. It slid across the floor like an oil slick. I scrambled backward, knocking over the coffee thermos. The brown liquid splashed onto the rug. The shadow paused at the spill. It crouched down. I watched in horror as it dipped a shadowy hand into the coffee. It brought the hand to where a mouth should be. It made a sound, a slurping, sucking sound. Then it spoke. "Bitter," the shadow whispered. The voice didn't come from the shadow itself. It came from the walls vibrating the wood paneling. "We prefer sweet. We prefer vital." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the guests," the shadow said. "The shells in the beds. They are just the heavy coats we wear during the day. The day is so bright. It burns. But the night is ours." It stood up and started moving toward me again. I ran. I grabbed the keys and sprinted for the stairwell. I shoved the brass key into the lock. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," the shadow whispered. It was right behind me now. I could feel the cold radiating off it. I fumbled with the ring. I tried the silver key. It didn't fit. The shadow's hand reached out. It touched my shoulder. It didn't feel like a hand. It felt like vacuum. It felt like the space where my shoulder existed was suddenly being deleted. Numbness spread down my arm instantly. I screamed and dropped the keys. "The black key," the shadow hissed. "Go down. The matron is waiting." I kicked the keys away and threw my shoulder against the door. It was solid oak. It didn't budge. The shadows were circling me now. 6 of them. They were featureless, but I could feel their hunger. "Why me?" I yelled. "Why am I here?" "The matron needs a new coat," the shadow of Captain Miller said. "Hers is wearing thin. Look." The shadow pointed to the nurse's station. I looked. Standing there was Matron Halloway. But she wasn't wearing her skin correctly. Her face was sagging, drooping off the bone like melting wax. One eye had slid down to her cheek. Her jaw was hanging loose. Underneath the sliding skin, I saw something dark and shifting, something made of smoke and teeth. "Shift change," the matron's voice gurgled. I looked at the window at the end of the hall. It was a straight drop to the jagged rocks of the valley below. But it was better than this. I ran. I dodged through the circle of shadows. They swiped at me. their touches sending bolts of freezing numbness through my body. My left leg went dead, but I kept hopping. I threw myself at the window. I expected the glass to shatter. It didn't. I bounced off. The glass was soft. It felt like rubber. It bent outward, catching me like a net, and then snapped back, throwing me onto the rug. I looked up at the window. The glass rippled. It wasn't glass. It was a membrane, a clear biological film stretched over the frame. The house wasn't a house. I looked at the walls. The wood paneling was pulsing, breathing. The geometric pattern on the rug was writhing, shifting like snakes. "You are inside," the matron gurgled, shambling toward me. She reached up and grabbed her own hair. She pulled. With a wet, tearing sound, she peeled her face off. Underneath, there was no skull, just a swirling vortex of black shadow. "We are all inside," she said. I crawled backward. My hand hit the keys I had dropped. The black key, the one she said never to use, the basement. If the stairwell door wouldn't open, maybe the supply closet would. No, that was a dead end. I looked at the floor. In the center of the rug, there was a hatch. I hadn't seen it before because the rug covered it, but the rug had pulled back, revealing a handle. It had a black keyhole. The shadows were closing in. The matron was looming over me, the darkness inside her reaching out like tendrils. I jammed the black key into the floor hatch. It turned with a fluid, organic click. I pulled the hatch open. I expected a ladder. I expected stairs. I saw a throat, a fleshy, red, pulsating tunnel going straight down into the dark. The walls of the tunnel were lined with teeth, rows and rows of molars the size of cinder blocks. "The basement," the matron whispered. "The stomach." I looked at the shadows. I looked at the teeth. "Jump," the shadows whispered. "Join the digestion. Become a coat." I didn't jump. I scrambled. I rolled to the side just as the matron lunged. She fell into the hole. She didn't scream. She laughed, a hollow, echoing laugh as she tumbled down into the gullet of the house. The house screamed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The residents in the rooms began to wail, a high, piercing shriek that shattered the light bulbs. The shadows flickered and vanished. The illusion was breaking. I stood up on my numb leg. The stairwell door had swung open. The lock had shattered. I ran. I tumbled down the stairs, tripping, falling, breaking my nose on the banister. I didn't stop. I ran past the second floor, past the first floor. The foyer was changing. The wallpaper was peeling back to reveal raw muscle. The front door was teeth. I grabbed a heavy iron coat rack from the corner and smashed it into the front window. This glass was real. It shattered. I dove through the jagged hole, cutting my arms and face, and landed in the gravel driveway. I scrambled to my car. It started on the first try. I drove. I didn't look back. I drove down the mountain at 80 miles an hour, risking death on every curve. I didn't stop until I reached the next state. That was a week ago. I'm in a motel now. I keep the lights on. I keep the TV on, but I can't escape it. I looked in the mirror this morning. There is a loose patch of skin on my cheek, just a small spot. But when I touch it, I can't feel it, and underneath, I can feel something moving. I think the matron was right. I think I let the heat out, and now I'm getting cold. I just heard a car pull up outside the motel room. It sounds like an old engine. And now there is a knock at the door. 3 slow, heavy knocks. Thump, 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 and a voice. "You forgot your paycheck, Mr. Evans." It's the matron's voice. And then The sound of a key sliding into the lock. A black key. I'm going to the window. I'm going to run. But the window, the glass looks soft. It looks like it's breathing.